Oh, he's not a pilot. Oh, is that FE? FE pilot.
Yes, the show ponies have assembled.
There you go. And we are live. Turn that screen off. I'll give everybody a chance to come in. Do you want to do some music? What's the music? No, what we got? Anybody got any requests? Anyone?
You don't
Am I the
understand.
only one that hears Bev very low?
Yeah, you might need to turn him up a bit.
Is
It's
that
on
better?
full. Yeah,
Yeah, better.
much better, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll come closer. The you don't understand Buster Mix the rumpus.
The tangent being parallel to
I'm not fussed about the rumpus part,
the
but
tangent being parallel.
Tangent being parallel to the right, here we go. You guys want the you don't understand rumpus special edition. Here we go.
The tangent being parallel to the surface.
Well, it is you do know what a tangent is, don't you? To
Yeah.
a circle.
Yep.
Good. Well, actually, I don't think you do. Actually, you've demonstrated many times you don't. But we'll go through it again. Hopefully, people know what a tangent to a circle looks like,
Yeah.
and therefore that is at the point of contact. That the tangent and the horizontal are the same thing. So you could say they're both parallel to one another, but the horizontal and tangent are the same thing at a point on the Earth. If you change where you are on the Earth, you get a different tangent and a different horizontal.
What about the circle, though?
Is it a straight line, though?
Is the
Of course it
circle parallel to the tangent?
Is a circle parallel to the tangent? Well, a circle's is a curve. You've got to pick on a point. A tangent, that doesn't really make much sense. You can have a tangent to any point on the curve of a circle. That point, the gradient or the slope of the curve of the circle, if you like, is the same as the tangent by definition. That's how a tangent is defined. It's the gradient of the curve at that one point where the line just touches a circle.
So
that is a tangent.
parallel?
And that parallel to what?
The surface. Parallel to the tangent.
Well, the tangent is defined. It's like, say, asking if something's parallel to itself.
What?
You don't understand what a tangent is, do you?
What he'll do, what the technique is they'll come in, they'll try to propose an answer to one of these unsolvable riddles, and then as soon as you try to object on some point of lunacy that they've made, they make it about, how you're so stupid and you don't understand. And then when anyone else tries to chime in to make it worse, is that you get a triggered flat earther that's like, how does this guy not see that, or whatever the fucking conversation is. And then they try to get in it. And then once now you've got two flat earthers against Rumpus, now he plays the victim.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's like, but this is what I'm saying, is like anyone who's still playing along with the charade, you're just airing out and giving them what they want.
You don't understand when I say gradient, you don't understand what I mean. You don't understand the basics. The fact you don't understand. I don't understand what understand what I just said. You didn't understand what a gradient was, and the fact you don't understand this, that Bev doesn't understand the basics. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. But of course you don't understand what Kosher's point is. Did you not understand what I said? I mean, my God. Are you that stupid? You don't understand what I mean by gradient. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. Then. Really, this dense, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. You seem incapable of understanding simple things. You don't understand the basics. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. Then I think people understand what I mean by the gradient. It's going a slope. It's got a gradient of about 45 degrees here. You don't understand. But of course you don't understand this, so I don't. Right, so Armour understood exactly the point that I was making. You don't understand what a tangent is. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own. I've explained it in very basics, very precisely, very explicitly, and yet Bev will deliberately attempt to either misunderstand it or his IQ so low he's incapable of understanding. I mean, you don't understand what a tangent is, do you? I mean, you don't understand the basics. For someone who claims to know about geometry, you don't understand the basics. They misunderstanding, you see. This is the problem with this guy. He doesn't understand what I'm trying, but Bev doesn't understand this because he's a moron. I'm sorry, I can only do that understand the basics, don't you? And clearly Bev doesn't understand it has a gradient. I think most of the panel understand what I mean by the gradient of the curve. You don't. I don't understand what Kosher's point is. The fact that you don't understand this is just unbelievable. You didn't understand what a gradient was, did you? You then had to say, well, what's a gradient? I think most people understand what I'm saying if they're not trying to willfully misunderstand. I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Typical of you, when you're using everyday terms, apparently you don't understand what they mean. And I don't know whether you do this deliberately to misunderstand what you're being told, or whether you're just stupid. You don't understand the basics. A child of about 10 or 11 could understand. I don't understand what Kosher's point is. He's deliberately, willfully misunderstanding me, or he's really stupid. And you don't understand that at a tangent point, there is a gradient. You don't understand the basics. No, you don't, because there's a gradient at that point of a tangent. So you don't understand what a tangent is, do you? You don't. You're a moron. Because a point on a curve has a gradient. But don't you understand? It doesn't matter how much you zoom in. Well, because I'm having to deal with people who seem to be willfully trying to misunderstand me. And if that's the case, I believe that's a disruptive behaviour. There's something that Bev doesn't understand, so everybody else tries. There's something that Bev doesn't understand, so everybody else tries. You don't understand what attention is, do you?
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You don't understand what I mean by grade. You don't understand what I understand the basics. Don't you understand?
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
You don't understand what tangents are, basically, what you're doing.
You're just on your own.
I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
You don't understand geometry, do you? You don't understand simple geometry. You don't understand what a tangent is. I mean, you're incredible. Oh my god. Okay, you're too stupid. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Bev's stupid, and well done, Armour. You understood. I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
No, I'm a Glober, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you understand geometry and Bev doesn't.
I was about to put
Anyway, I'm off to
together.
bed. Well done.
Welcome. Just a quick, you don't understand, Buster. Welcome to Euclid night. Let me get these windows open here. Nice meme. So tonight, who have we got in? Is DP not here? Oh dear. Oh, tonight we're going to go over some Euclid stuff, but I didn't know whether to go over a recap and a recap of the problems that has been caused. I mean, not a lot of people have actually come and talked to us about this Euclid stuff, but there seems to be in the doxing adult globe earth Discord servers, the ones that do the doxing, there's a lot of talk about all of these things, but nobody's actually talking to us about the geometry of the reasons of why the geometry and why we're actually going over the Euclid. To understand the logic. Last time we went over the definitions and axioms, but seems like there's a bone of contention at the beginning that there's a lot of people that seem to think that when he states, let me get these pictures up from last week. Book 1 definitions in the live chat. Actually, I might be better going into the agents chat. Book 1 definitions. Just close my screen down for the minute. Book 1 in the definitions, where it says, the way it builds up. I mean, we did go over this last time. It starts off with a point nothing, and then the next progression from that is the line. The point in the line. The line is length without breadth. Again, something that can't really be described or anything. The extremities of a line are points, and a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Now, that one there, at that point there, is where certain people want to be able to inject that onto the surface of a sphere. Well, I would put it to you, if you were starting this, you would have to be super severely model afflicted to be able to put a sphere in at that point there, because I might give this away, stolen concept. A sphere, it only actually comes into the book in book 11, solid geometry. So to inject the sphere into that when you're starting off with an axiomatic system is ridiculous. Whoever thought that idea up and thinks that is a good comeback to Euclidean geometry has got to be joking, because a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Is describing a straight line, not a curved line. But we know there's a lot of people that want to be able to talk about like this. We've got one in the chat at the minute. I noticed the super high functioning globe Earth Charles, the ones that require it for their life to go on, want to inject a model in at that point there. I mean, a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, and that follows on to the next one. A superficies is that which has only length and breadth. Well, it's a line. One of them's a line, and the breadth gives you the other line, the other dimension, the 2 dimensions. It naturally follows from one to the other. So if anybody wants to get into the conversation and ask me about certain things about where you were having 2 points, whereas I go have a slightly different definition of a straight line than Euclid, but Euclid does this within an axiomatic system. And, I mean, who knows what the meanings, whether they've been slightly changed to skew the understandings of other people, so other people can misunderstand what that means. When it says a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, it means a straight line, not a curved line. Very simple. That's why this logical system works the way it is. It's step by step and makes it very easily to understand. And this is only the basics of geometry, but I mean, it's the basics of an understanding the way these systems work and the way you can build up from nothing, step by step, with very simple and easy to understand steps. Which a lot of people imagine that this sort of stuff is beyond them because it wasn't, it wasn't taught like this at school. This is a very simple way, but it's a way of thinking. It's a logical system. The way every step follows on. This is proof on proof on proof. One step leads on to the next, and these are the foundations, or the definitions it's called. But these are the very foundations, the building blocks that you're going to be able to use in order to communicate the logic step by step along the way. So I would say that if at step 4, definition 4, where it states a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, if by that your understanding is on a ball, you've got a really bad misunderstanding at the beginning, and you're going to go, well, I don't think you're going to get much further within this system, because you cannot have a plane angle, a plane superficies surface, if the step at the beginning was the straight line is on a curve. Then how do you have a plane in the next step? Like the curve, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know, the people that are saying that, I don't think they've actually looked at Euclid and followed this step by step by step. Because if you make the step a straight line and put that on the surface of a ball, then how do you have length times breadth on the surface of a ball? I mean, does that ever make any sense? The natural progression of a straight line being on the surface of a ball is a superficies, a surface, is that which has only length and breadth. It just doesn't follow. And I can't see why that would ever follow in anyone's mind unless severely model afflicted. Severely. And know that the consequences of this logical step that's going to happen within this book would lead you to severely question the model that you've got there already. You've already injected it into definition 4. But I think as we're learning, there's certain people that will actively fight against a very simple axiomatic system such as this, Euclid. It's called the elements. And it's the building blocks, those foundational things that you build stuff upon. You use these as the foundations, but not within geometry. Well, it is geometric, and you can use it to lay out roads and buildings and houses and all of that. But further than that, this Euclid is it's a progression of, this is the thought building blocks of the way to structure thoughts and the understanding of the logical system that this teaches you, I think. Teaches me anyway. Which is, it's interesting that the step that is being made and counted against within the particular community or arena that we're in is that straight line, number 4. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Now, we specifically targeted this because this is where the problem lies, and we know where the problem lies within the model afflicted. It's within that step there, the straight line. The straight line is very, very hard for them to put a finger on. That, you know, within the proof for proof challenge that started off first, nobody accepted that. So we looked further into it, and we started with the logic nights, and we started to notice there was some strange things going on, and we started SE particularly started the proof project, which is going fine, but it's led us to this point now where proofs become, well, there's a certain group of people that cannot have certain things, and proof is one of them. And within the proof thing, I personally go to the geometry and the straight line. Go, where could you prove that? And the straight line is the bit that we should be targeting, because this is the problem where the biggest cognitive dissonance occurs within the minds of the model afflicted. It's particularly the specific model afflicted people that have actually seen the argument that we bring. It's not really an argument, it's just a series of statements, a series of proofs within simple geometry. It drives them crazy. We've been doing the t-shirt logic, so I want to shout out the t-shirt logic. Is there anyone? Can we get it out there? I don't know, where is DP? Can we have somebody on the it'd be handy to put that out. T-shirt logic. Oh. So the t-shirt logic was meant specifically to target this particular thing within the argument, because once you understand that it comes down to a straight line and the difference between a straight line and a circle, and knowing that a straight line is not a circle, certain people understanding, but certain people want to put it together and make it the same thing. But the biggest problem within that is it shows up within a plane, the PLANE, as we kept saying, somebody kept saying the other night. A plane within mathematics is a two-dimensional surface. It's called a flat surface, and it's just two-dimensional. It doesn't actually exist, but it's a plane surface that consisting of all of the straight lines that lie on it lie wholly on the plane, in the plane, whatever. But that's the idea of a straight line. Now, if you lose that idea of a straight line and start putting it on the surface of a sphere, then the plane that you are dealing with also turns into a curved plane. But that's not what plane is. That's an undevelopable surface. There's a concept of, within geometry, the idea of the straight line and the plane are bound together, and if you start bending the straight lines, then you end up having to, by consequence, bend the plane, which is impossible geometrically and provably impossible. So we're gonna has anybody else got anything to say about that? Because that is a big, massive bone of contention that we've just been going over just recently. Or, well, in the doxing, adult globe Earth doxing servers, that they're too scared to actually talk about things.
The fact that people are confused about a straight line is amazing to me.
Mm-hmm. B-ball. He's put in the chat, straight lines equal non-sphere Earth. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say so, B-ball, but I mean, if you think so. Like, we definitely have straight lines. And nobody needs to talk about on balls whenever we do talk about straight lines, but it does appear that there are quite a few people that do. We don't need to. We're only at the very beginning of Euclid here. It's called plane geometry. The first 10 books. Severely model afflicted. Like, all we have to do is talk about straight lines, and they feel that their model's being threatened. Nice for coming into the chat. So, once again, thank you to the text chat trolls. We seem to have some new ones in tonight. I think these have come from the adult globe Earth doxing servers, where they just allow people to dox other people. Well, not everyone, just me apparently. So if you would like to go and find out my name, other than wanting to call me Bev like everybody else does, then you could go to one of the adult globe Earth doxing servers owned by Blue Marble and Bob the Science Guy. The ones at the minute that are running the doxing ring, where they just blurt out my name. I don't know why. And my kids as well. So, go and join in with the adult globe Earth doxers. You too can type my name all over the place. I think they do it just to get rid of us and then come over here. Anyway, go back to the thank you, Bozo. So the idea of a straight line is proven within the plane. The plane at definition 5 within Euclid. We're defining the plane. And that plane is the surface that the geometry is going to be performed on. Now, this geometry of this very early bit of the book is the proving. The way the group, I'm going to call them the Euclid group, laid all of this out was starting from nothing to lead all of the way with proofs of everything that they can formulate to lead up to reality. Book 11 is the part where the geometry, the needed geometry to know what happens in reality, is. You can't just start off there. If you're trying to run an axiomatic system that starts at the very basis of understanding, starting from nothing, then you need to be able to build up to that point where you then start in reality, which is where book 11 starts. So we're miles away from three-dimensional reality geometry. This Euclid is the very foundations of the initial start of the concepts and the proofs that lead you to understand what the reality proof is. So at step 4, we're talking about a straight line and the definitions as well. And it's so hard to understand that people will want to inject in at that point their model. So be aware that this is a powerful argument. When some of the most hardcore, what they call themselves, debunkers, but I've as we've seen, I'm not so sure what they debunk. It's rather strange to know the debunking of was particularly this. I mean, I'm wondering whether they're going to think this is like we had PhD Tony say that this is flat Earth geometry, which is, it's got to be ridiculous to think that somebody would think that. But I mean, you can see by the globe Earth trolls that we have in the chat. Shout out to the text chat trolls in the YouTube comment section. You want to come in? We've got the Discord channel open now. We are in the main room. Seems to be everybody to have quite good mic control. I'm going to open it up to the floor for a bit, see how everybody is. We get anybody to say anything? Hello? Anybody here?
Hello. We're alive.
Right, so
I'm here as well. I'm just
yeah, I know.
chatting with B-Ball.
He's happy today, isn't he? Like he is a new introduction to the text chat trolls. I mean, I've never noticed him over here. If B-Ball, I think DP's not around at the minute, but he did want to say that yeah, we're still up. He's still up for having that debate, if that's what it was that you were going to have, but that you ran away from. So we're putting that one out. Sean Hawkins as well. He started his debate night channel again. We'll put that out, but I don't think there's going to be much hope now. He's starting his DayZ, so we won't be doing any of the debates over there with that. I don't think so. So we'll offer up this channel here. Anyone wants to come. We've got one of the most excellent moderators. I don't think there's much of a debate anyway. And I'll do the proof for proof thing. I've got Eric Hare. Is that's a new one, isn't it? Shout out. I think he's come from the Adult Globe Earth doxing server.
Yeah, while I'm on the voice, I shall just tie it up now and stop talking about it in the text. But yes, we have screenshots. It's in the text. It was everywhere for the last few days. And if you haven't seen it, then I don't know what's wrong with you.
Mm-hmm.
End of story.
Yeah, I know. I do know my name. So, I mean, I'm okay. I already know it. Right, so we get through to the... I think it was on those servers, though, that I'm looking to see the reactions of what the Euclid stuff's been doing. And that's where they seem to have an understanding of wanting to bring a ball in at this point. Like I say, I think that's got to be a model affliction problem. But, like, we've had a few discussions with people, and when I think when we talk to certain people who do have models, they do actually lose the horizontal plane. That as a concept or a horizontal line is a nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. Which I think is the heart of the problem that these people, the model afflicted ones, at least the ones that want to bend the straight line right at the very beginning. And that is their problem, because there's a point in reality where you, like I say, it's book 11, so it's miles off. But they see the implications already at this early stage. At the beginning. Okay, I'll get the... Here, at the beginning. The straight line in that is which lies evenly between its extreme points. At that point, you have to decide right at the beginning. Is that a straight line? Or are you going to try and allow some concept of that particular thing being on the surface of a ball? No matter how big you want to make that ball. This is geometry. There's no big ball. A ball is a ball. A circle is a circle. A straight line is a straight line. This is geometry. So the straight line being defined there is the straight line. And then the superficies, or the surface, is that which comes after it as well. I don't know, where have we got? Oh, there you go. Bring superficies back. Put him on the screen. Good day, Rob. Well, like I say, we have had superficies. I'd switched him off for a bit. I don't know why I'd done that. But he's now back on the screen, at the top, flying along. Like I say, we've been doing this for quite a while, and we've, not to say laid traps, but been talking about it for a while, and we can tell which way the conversation has to go. We know what most of the model afflicted have to do in order to engage with this. And their only viable step is to bend a straight line at definition 4 of the Euclid. But then, like I say, the surface afterwards is the problem. At that point, it's up to you to decide. I say that's a straight line, and provably so, because every step of the way relies on that straight line being straight. Because the plane is plane. So in order for you to have an understanding of what a plane is, you have to have an understanding of what a straight line is. A two-dimensional surface, length times breadth, length and breadth. Right, so does that sort of take out any problems of the, let's say, the others? Has anybody else got any problems? People say your model afflicted. Book 11 is the sphere. Like, it's way off. We're just doing Euclid. A plane is not a sphere, B-ball. Just length times breadth. Straight line builds upon a straight line in the opposite direction, and therefore you make a plane. It's pretty simple, people. I mean, I don't understand Can anybody understand why B-Ball's getting so hung up on a sphere at this early stage? Come
He's
in
all
and
sure because
in
we
and tell
make
us,
fun
B-Ball.
of his level. Auto level. Observations at 16 miles.
Oh, don't yeah, like that's reality, right? We're just dealing with Euclid. This is a Euclid night, and we're starting off with the definitions, and we're talking about a straight line and leading up to a plane, and B-Ball's talking about this a sphere. Why is it not a sphere? That's got to be a severe case of model affliction. This is Euclid, B-Ball. It's geometry from the basic steps of the definitions. I know it must be hard. I mean, this is where we're at. The basic steps of the foundations of geometry that is leading a logical pace, starting off from the beginning. Now, these, bear in mind, this is just the definitions. These are the definitions that you will use within the rest of the book of Euclid, which is actually the proofs. Now, if you don't have an understanding of what straight is and what a plane is at this point, you're not going to do very well throughout the rest of the book of the geometry. And I'd say that I mean, there is a thing in Euclid that they get to that called the the bridge of asses, it's called, and it's a proposition. But I'd say there's even one even earlier now. B-Ball's helping us give us this definition is a block. It's one of see, what's he called? Cogdis thingy point.
Event horizon.
Event horizon. You've got a globe Earth event horizon Cogdis at that point there, and B-Ball's explaining it to everybody right now. His model will not allow him to have a straight line because he needs them to wrap around a ball. It's
Yep, B-Ball hit the Cogdis event horizon right there and then. Good call, Bev.
This has obviously been building up in B-Ball because this is his first night in the text chat trolls, and so this must have been somebody must have wound him up to come over here. So
he hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah, ever since he chickened out of those debates that he was asking everybody for, and he has been over. Yeah, having fun with... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We've not been around that much, have we? We've been doing our own thing, so yeah, if you're learning this, say this argument, but be aware that the t-shirt logic will get you a lot of haters, and pointing out that straight lines don't curve. It will also get you a lot of haters. There's quite a lot. Like B-Ball at the minute, he's going crazy in the chat.
B-Ball, keep in mind, you're just starting to hit the event horizon. You can pull back in time and get out of it. Keep that in mind.
Talking about sunsets, like again, this is just Euclid. So once we've gone through the definitions and the angles, because you think about the straight line that we have within this, and it built upon the straight line to the angle, and then once you'd worked out that an angle's between the inclination between two straight lines, and then you can move on to a right angle, then you can relate angles to that right angle, and then you can build your different shapes around the different things, triangles, different triangles and squares and rhombuses and parallel lines, and parallel lines put in at the end as a definition, which should be quite easy for people to understand. Definitions are triggering as well. I'm sorry, B-Ball, that this is upsetting for you, but I mean, it's Euclid. I mean, just look away. Pretend it doesn't exist, B-Ball. That'd be the best way of doing it.
I've been thinking about the definitions thing too. Like, you know, a definition, if you're going to use a different definition, you should at least show how that definition is practical. How you can use that definition, whatever you're trying to redefine or whatever, in a sensible way. You know, if they want to say, you know, horizontal straight at a point, then demonstrate how that's possible.
Yeah,
that's my take on it.
Yeah, well, I would say within this geometry system, or whatever, yeah, it's an axiomatic system that builds upon itself. Then
right.
Everything except the point and the line can be proved. The moment that you have the shortest distance between those 2 points and a straight line lying evenly, well, that dictates the rest of the stuff. So if you use that as a straight line within what you do, then you are proving that that is the straight line. The definition is the real definition because it is substantiated through the rest of the book. I think that's what you were saying, right? That you can't just go back and turn that and then say that all of the rest of the things will still apply because you've changed the definition.
Yeah, it would have to be a foundational reworking.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to change something like that. And what's, I don't know, kind of ironic is that you would have to use a straight line that's not curved in order to even attempt it.
Yeah, well, that was one of the other things that I did early on when I was first started this. I've got a drawing somewhere where I was rationalizing this in my head, trying to work it out. You know, how could it be? Just trying to logic it for myself. And when you think about it, it was one of the things that we did at the beginning when we were asking each other, what is a straight line? How can you define a straight line? And it's one of those initial ones that you can surprise somebody with, you know, like, what is a straight line? With the definition of it. And there is no, there's not really a definition for the straight line. Although the shortest distance between 2 points is, because it's provable, and that's the definition of how to prove it. But not many people would do that. They wouldn't go there. But to further that, how would you define a curve is an even more pressing question to people like people. It's like, how would you define a curve? Which is another good question. See you later, B-Ball. I'll leave you with that. You would define a curve by talking about the radius of a circle that maps,
which is a straight line.
Which is a very straight line, yeah. So the only way you can actually define a curve is a series of points away from a center point that would match that arc of the curve. And now it may change, or the curve may change, but the actual radius or the curvature would match a circle at a certain point. And that may change, but that's how you would describe the curve. The only way to describe a curve is to use the radius of the circle that you're using, which is a straight line. So if you say the straight line curves, you still need the straight line to define the curve in the first place. So you cannot, it's impossible to say a straight line curves. It's an oxymoron, meaning it's a contradictory. It is a cogdiss that's right there. And like SE's been saying, the event horizon is when you reach that point of cogdiss. So if you ever find yourself saying a straight line curves, just know you're at that point there. You're at that event horizon. You should be able to understand that it's an oxymoron. It doesn't exist. It's not possible. If you don't, and you can still carry on and go past that, then you're dealing with your own cogdiss. You're holding those two opposing thoughts, that a straight line can be straight and a straight line can be curved at the same time. That's a dangerous place to put your mind at, or at least I would say anyway. I call it
absolutely.
Go on.
How can you have two opposing thoughts in your head at the same time and reconcile them? That is definitely cogdiss event horizon right there. That's where your mind goes, and you got to be able to realize that. I think, anyways, that's my opinion.
Yeah. So I think this sort of, I mean, I have to put it into context. I mean, when we're dealing with this and the people that we're talking about that are wanting to bend straight lines and all of that, they are the most severely model afflicted people I've ever met. Because no normal person would have this conversation. You would at no point have to, if you were teaching children this, I mean, like Brenda says, this book, teaching people this book, Brenda, the wise one, says is child abuse. Because Brenda is one of those people that wants that straight line to bend at the beginning. And is willing to say that you're a child abuser because of you're doing that. You're not complying to the like B-Ball's thoughts of injecting the sphere into the beginning of a very simple axiomatic book about geometry. Because they're getting threatened by their models. Or their model gets afflicted. And obviously the other ones.
I was going to say, it's very hard for them to let go of the model. You hear it in every conversation. It's tough.
Yeah, but I mean, like you say, this is just the geometry, and we are trying to deal with just the Euclid at the moment.
And look at the resistance we're getting from a simple axiomatic system.
Chris Berry's doing some rather strange shouting there, yeah. In the chat, I don't know what
He's a
that's
level
about.
surfacer. Way to go, Chris. Well, we moved from flat to level.
Yeah, but the surfaces aren't level, are they?
Nah.
That's nearly as silly as... Right.
I think he means as a whole in his head. I think he means as a whole. Like the thing we're stood upon, maybe that's what he means as a whole is level.
Just, I don't know, model affliction. We're just talking about Euclid, if you don't mind. We are trying to have drop the model, particularly in the server. We know that the text chat trolls can't help themselves, but they're the ones that are helping us sell the t-shirts. Horizontal parallel t-shirt logic, as we're calling it. That's why they might have been triggered in. Right, so within the Euclid, and we've gone through the definitions, so we understand that we are dealing on a plane and we have an understanding of what a straight line is. We've gone through the axioms, and we've gone through the triangle axiom, stating that a triangle will be formed on the side which is less than 2 right angles, meaning that the triangle has the sum of 2 right angles within geometry. It's a law, it's an axiom, it's set down, a self-evident truth, always true, never falsified. So triangles having that is what we will use in the understanding of propositions, right? Because the propositions, once we've gone from the definitions of the words and everything that we're going to use, we're going to lay all of those out like we have an understanding now of what a straight line is and how a plane's built and what all of the different shapes that we're going to use, tricky or not, but you know, triangles, squares, rhombuses, what an angle is, how angles are used, what a right angle is, and then we go through the axioms, which are the laws and the postulates, which lay out how you are going to draw circles and straight lines, and you can extend a straight line in order to develop it, you know, in order to do that. So we go from there into propositions. So this is the foundations of how we build and start building an understanding with the stuff that we've just learned. You know, the steps of the throughout the steps of the definitions, we're going to start using these now in order to build a series like he's just done with the building on step. Well, I think this is genius, this part, but it took me a while to get this. So this is just my understandings of what's going on at the minute here. They've built up the definitions step on step, and now they've come into actually, how do we use this, right? How do we find the understanding of what we're going to be doing with all of these things? Now, in building the steps of where we go, what it may seem like he's doing here is to show you how to build a triangle. But axiomatically you can't start at the triangle. So what Euclid is actually saying here in this first proposition is this is how to find something to relate something to. So this is how to find equals, right? This is the initial one. Where do you find your starting block for where do you build things from? And what he does is to describe an equilateral triangle on a given finite straight line. Finite meaning not infinite, it's just a line. Right? So the idea is you draw a line, and what you're doing is you're finding something that's equal to that. You are showing you can make that and you can replicate it. You can find and replicate an equal to that line. So you just start off with a line. Random line. You make a line. You know, because within the definitions of what a straight line is. So you start with that, literally. Boom, put that on the paper. And the idea is to replicate that straight line into an equal. Like, how do you show equals from that? Which is like the geometric principles of what he's doing. Now, this is something that people have to do. I'm not going to be doing this for people because this is like a problem solving thing that is a process that you have to go through yourself. So we can mentally go through how you do it and you strike arcs. I mean, the instructions are laid down there underneath of how to. It says from center A at the distance AB, which is the line, describe the circle. Meaning, actually draw it, like scribe it, describe, not talk about it. Get the compass out and actually scribe the circle. So you are using the circle in order to get a length of the line, and then you are moving it to another point and doing exactly the same again, describing the same circle for the length of the line. And because of the way the triangles and the circles and the straight lines work, the point at the top where they meet will be the triangle. I don't know if anybody can see. Everybody's turning off now. But that triangle is an equilateral triangle. It's people turning off because he's doing triangles. This is the first step one in Euclid with the equilateral triangle. There's got to be a message there.
People are afraid of triangles or what? It's a process, guys.
Yeah.
I think one of the important things to point out too is that these things have utility, and that's why they're described in the first place. Not the other way around. They're not a description of something imagined that doesn't have utility. It's taking reality and describing it with a simplistic form that's, I say, universal. These things are applicable everywhere. There's no like language barrier with it. You know, people talk about being, and everything. It is, but the geometry is something foundational in reality. It's anchored in reality. It's not something that you can just make up and mess around with.
Absolutely, brother. Go to any construction site anywhere here on this globe, right? Oh, I said globe. Sorry, my bad. Ding, ding, ding. See,
That's
I'm
B-Ball's
afflicted
made
too.
you
I
do
admit
that.
it. Yeah. I'm guilty as everyone else. So go anywhere on this earth of ours, right? Any construction site. And all this, in any language you speak, right? You translate it, it'll be familiar to anybody building. Straight line, level, right? Plumb. That will be familiar to anybody building here on this, whatever we're on.
Well, the next few ones gone there. So yeah, it took me a while to sort of get what that's about, but it might become more apparent as you work through the next ones. But if you take that as a building block, that what he's doing is, in order to I think exist in reality, in order to know what something is, you need to be able to compare it to something else. And in this way, what you're doing, what they're sort of telling you is that first off, you need to be able to say, right, that's a straight line, and I can replicate that. I can make another one of those. And that's what it does. It just shows you that you can make an equilateral triangle. And it shows you the relationship of the straight line and how easy it is to use the compass to do that. So once we've got the straight line, proposition 2, he now moves to this one. Says, from a given point to draw a straight line equal to a given straight line. From a given point to draw a straight line equal to a given straight line. Well, he's just done one, and he made 3 straight lines equal to one straight line. So what's different about what he's doing here than what he did in the first one? Has anybody ever worked that one out? Yeah, you've gone through it to work the understanding. I mean, you can work through it, but the actual process, this is just in order to be able to draw a straight line. Like not 3. Because in order to do the other one, you have the baseline, and you draw 2 more to have the center point. So in drawing that, you do 2. This one is a way to draw just another straight line equal to it. So what he's done, he's gone, I can show you how to make all 3 straight lines, and then I'll show you how to do 2. You have to work backwards. It's a more complicated process within the construction of the geometry to be able to get there. But they consider it as a step within the geometry to go from the 3 back to the 2. rather similar to the circle, the way he did the circle and builds up. This one breaks it down from the 3 to the 2, and then proposition 3 is a problem. It says, from the greater of two given straight lines, to cut off a part equal to the less. Where's that? Here. I can't really see it that big. But I mean, that one, he's sort of taken a minus away from it. So he's showing that with the initial straight line, the initial line that you can do, here's all of the other things that you can do with this one straight line. You can use it to compare other things, and you can sort of do a mathematical sum. You can use this as your 1. You call this straight line 1, and then you make other things equal to that. It's sort of how mathematics is founded in the conception of it, how it builds upon itself. So you start off with the straight line, and you can make equals to that straight line. Then you can make another one of those straight lines, and then you can use that straight line in order to compare other lines too. I think it's a brilliant system, the way it's all laid out, and it builds up upon itself, right? So you're of the understanding as you work through this that it is possible. These steps that are taken all the way through it are the sort of foundational steps of how you come to understand things. In order to have the base, you have to have something to compare it to, and you try and compare it to the same thing all the time, and then you'll know when there's a difference, and that you know how to formulate that difference. It taught me a lot, and just in learning the process of the way it's going, because the geometry is a book. It's a book of geometry that's obviously lasted for thousands of years, if that's what you want to believe. Then there's nothing wrong with the geometry, so there must be something within the axiomatic system of how it runs that helps you go through all of this sort of stuff. Proposition 4. This one gets rather long now. It says, if two triangles have two sides, the one equal to two sides of the other, each to each, and have also the angles contained by the sides equal to one another, they shall also have their bases or third sides equal, and the two triangles shall be equal, and their other angles shall be equal each to each, namely those to which the equal sides are opposite. It's just about triangles being equal, and the way of understanding that a triangle, you can prove that the triangles are the same. And again, it's just confirming the equals of all of the stuff. It's trying to say that not only within the triangle are the sides equal, but the angles as well within it. So you've proved the straight line, and you've proved the equals within the straight line, and now you're proving that the triangle is the same. I think there's a bit of contention with this particular one, because it's hard to tell about, they say superposition. But if you take it as a axiomatic system, the steps build upon each other, then this one is particularly the one where he's trying to build the equals, and then you can compare those equals, you can make another equals, so you can add another equals, and you can also do the takeaway. You can know how much longer it is than the equals, so you can take that away and find out an equals. And now that he's saying that all of the angles are equal, and once you can tell that the straight lines are equal, and there's a comparison between the straight lines and the angles within a triangle, because a triangle is pretty important. And then that just goes to show how he does show that they are the same. And there's a little funny bit at the bottom of this triangle. This one here. And I think that's a part of within logic where he's saying reducto ad absurdum. Possibly. Where he's showing that it can't happen. And this is... it's a reducto. I think it's the first reducto ad absurdum. It says, but because point B was shown to coincide with point E, does not... because what? But point B, therefore the base BC will coincide with the base EF, because B coinciding with E and C with F. If the base BC does not coincide with the base EF, two straight lines will enclose a space which is impossible. Axiom 10. So that's they're using within number 4, proposition 4. He uses a reducto ad absurdum argument within the logic. Shout out to the logic. Shout out to the t-shirt logic. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. And he uses that within there to show that these two triangles are the same. QED. Two straight lines does not enclose a space. Two straight lines will enclose a space, which is impossible. Is what he says. So he's saying that two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
I don't think you can
axioms.
dispute that. Anybody can dispute that one.
That is important though, but not only within the geometry, but within the logic that we do as well. The formulation of that logic helps us deal with this, right? The idea that Euclid group used the reducto ad absurdum so early on argument means that it's a valid argument used within geometry.
Like, I don't see any way that you can dispute that. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
Yeah. I'm sorry if anybody was looking for a Euclid where we got the compasses and pens and well, I mean, we can do that. I mean, but it's a personal thing. This is a building for proofs for that you gain for yourself. So this is, if you want to work through the steps of this, then we're willing. You definitely can do that, but this isn't what we're aiming to do with this. This is to give people the idea that the Euclid is it's a logic book for geometry that we can work through the steps. The actual geometry, I mean, you can trust that it's good, that nobody's been able to falsify it. It's been around for quite a long time. So if we can trust that the words are true in it, then we just have to understand the logical system, that why it's being built up like this, and the reasons for them writing them down in this book. I mean, it's not like an exercise book, although it was taught at schools. I think it's a logic teaching book, and a way to help us understand reality and the basic concepts of reality and how to apply them into a logical thought pattern, a logical process. And this that's what I would get out of that. I mean, you can tell that the triangles are the same. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But what's more important, I think, is the fact that they're using a logical argument in order to be able to prove it. They use a reductio ad absurdum by saying, look at that, that's what would have to be. It's impossible that would happen. Therefore, it cannot happen that way. So yeah, you can have triangles that are the same, and there is a way of you telling it that they are the same. Sorry, I was having a little bit of a break. Just check on the text chat trolls. Has somebody broke B-Ball? He seems to be proper stuck on the straight line.
He seems to be confused. Yeah, take it easy, bro. One step at a time.
Yeah, I hope.
We're working on a straight line now.
Yeah, I hope you the moderators aren't sort of like, take care of him. This can be a hard process. He might, you never know, he might have got a glimpse of the t-shirt logic. And having to break down with the straight line in order to understand how horizontal planes work on his model.
I wonder if he understands what the t-shirt logic is, because if you don't pay attention, it looks like hieroglyphics to most people. I wonder if he listened while you were explaining it yesterday.
A straight line. B-Ball, it's a straight line. Right now, I think this is this next one, Proposition 5. This is called the Bridge of Asses, and this may be the one that sort of gets most people or doesn't get most people, depending on how you think about it. But this one's called the Bridge of Asses. Mainly because there was a mental process that some people just couldn't ever get past this. Not calling them asses, but your geometric studies used to end about this point if you couldn't cope with this. Maybe possibly if you could cope with it, then you were due to go on to further education or whatever. But I mean, I don't know how the education system worked in back in the day. But this one particularly is important for us with the geometry that we deal with, and particularly linear relationships. So pay attention. Bridge of asses. The angles at the base of an isosceles triangle are equal to one another, and if the equal sides be produced, the angles on the other side of the base shall be equal to one another. We get the boom. There you go. It's a nice little pattern, but I mean, this is equals a triangle with equal sides, an isosceles triangle. And because it's got two equal sides, because we were talking about the equals just a little bit earlier, that you can say that because the sides are equal, then the angles are equal. It's like triangles have this stunning ability to do this sort of stuff. So because of the relationship of the line, you can also say the angles are equal, and then when it sort of extends the line and goes like that. And it says the corollary at the bottom says hence every equilateral triangle is also equiangular, meaning because the sides are equal, then the angles are equal. And that's a relationship of triangles. Like a very simple concept.
Equiangular.
Yeah.
Interesting term.
Yeah. Well, and when they talk about the triangles, they are trilateral figures. Trilateration, and they say it's different than triangulation, but are they? If the sides are equal, then the angles are equal. Then is trilateration any different than triangulation?
Well, they say it's the distance measurement that differs.
Yeah, but we've just gone through the first few steps of Euclid and found out that equals equals equals, and the sides are equal, then the angles are equal. So is there any difference between a triangle with the sides or a triangle with the angles? If it's got the sides, it's got the angles. If it's got the 3 points, it's the triangle. There's no difference. It's the same thing, really. Equals equals equals. Which brings us back to the t-shirt logic. Building on that, I think the horizontal, which is sort of the equals, isn't it? It's the equals equaling each other. Oh, B-ball. See, there's no need to be so upset, B-ball. You can come in and have a chat if you're that upset about it, or you want to come in and have a chat. I think this is obviously step 5. We've been going for an hour and a half. Open up the floor. Anybody want to say anything about the Euclid?
Yep.
Come on.
I realize that reality is very triggering to some people. You got to take it step by step. And Euclid brings out that in a lot of people. Like, of all things, a straight line. I find it like weird, and I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Well, I think that the problem may be that the Euclid makes it real. Like it is so real. Once you start looking into this and realizing you can do this stuff, that it is real. These straight lines do exist, and they can't be bent, and they have to be the way they are. But the steps that's taken through, I mean, they used to. The Euclid book, they say, I mean, in the stories or the fables or whatever, that people tell about it, it was taught in schools, but it was taught within the religious side to give you a sense of the spiritual, right? Once you start looking at the geometry and the way it leads on from each other, and it proves itself, it sort of gives the idea that there is something out there that is guiding this. I mean, this couldn't be laid out like this if it was the result of nothing. It has to be, it has to be laid out in order for these rules to apply, and therefore it was taught in the religious schools to give I don't know, it's like a sense of wonderment in the back of the mind, as to put the God figure there or something, that they use this book to do that.
Funny, when you said spiritual and religion, right?
Yeah.
Just before that, I was thinking that, what's the correct term? Euclid Book of Elements? What's the correct term?
Yeah, Euclid's Elements, it's called.
Euclid's Elements. Okay. There's no coincidence that that's the second best-selling book in history. And the first one we all know is the Bible, right?
Well, I wouldn't say best-selling. I mean, that's a bit odd. I think it means most published, or...
Yeah, maybe I used the wrong term.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the Bible has been given. So, yeah, published, copies, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, like, it used to be taught in schools, but it is no longer taught in schools. The mathematics and geometry and all of that, like they say, is third graders, whatever. I don't even know what they're talking about. But this isn't a mathematics book to me. This is more of a logic book. It's teaches you how to prepare it, although it may seem through the school time understanding of geometry, when we're not children doing this. This isn't because we don't know what a triangle is. I mean, we definitely know that. This is a process that can order you in your thought process to teach you logic. It's a book that teaches you how to order things and structure them in a way to provide you proofs for what you're actually doing, and you're laying it out geometrically. The rest of it comes from, I don't know, the lines are just there as a way to deal with it. Like I say, it applies to reality. Just the very basic concepts at the beginning, like this. This is ultra basic. We do get to the reality, and I think to give everybody an idea, that's probably as much as we need to do tonight. Now, as far as we go from here, we will be able to go back to the original bit again and go over any of that as the arguments come, because as we've seen, the t-shirt logic has upset a lot of adult globe earth boomers, although they seem to have been slacking off tonight.
B-Ball's not a boomer.
Well, yeah, but he's new school, right? He
Xers
won't
are
come
getting-
and talk to us or anything.
Are we starting to affect Xers as well?
Well, depends how long you've been in this arena, because I think this particular arena will affect all sorts of different things. Yeah, there you go. Euclid's Elements has been referred to as the most successful and influential textbook ever written, the second most printed book ever.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thousand wise. Yeah, I'd say it is the most perfect book, but it's not a very good read. The way it's laid out and set out and formulated and all of that. And once you go into book 11, it is absolute genius. The people that wrote this book 11, trust me, the logic and the way a certain group of people have had to deal with the way this book was wrote, my hat comes off to these people, because we would have done this. This is the sort of stuff a group of people like us would have done. High class triggerers. Like, this is genius. This is t-shirt logic of people who were obviously much better than we ever were at triggering globe earthers. And it's like a book, as if to say, no, you don't. But they've played with it, and there's all sorts of mind games that now come along with the argument and sophistry, which is why it's to have a firm understanding of the logic, to be able to counter the sophistry that is abound. Then geometry is the way to expose sophistry, very simply. And I think at the heart of what we do here is that the logic will help us expose the sophistry and the magicians that probably don't even know that they're trying to perform magic tricks.
No, because the magic is real to them. So while they're explaining magic, to them they're explaining reality.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why they get upset when they come up against what we're saying. Because they know that also is true. But they've got so much hatred and bigotry towards a group of people that we're not. We're just living in reality, that they have to fight against it. And it's upsetting. It's not, really. I'm happy with the group of people we have round here.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like B-Ball, he was talking about, well, first of all, he agrees that Euclidean geometry, regular, normal, everyday, real world geometry is what we use to build bridges, railroads, tunnels. And then he'll ask the question, why don't you talk about non-Euclidean? Why don't you talk about non-Euclidean geometry? Like, why would we, B-Ball? Why would we talk about non-reality?
Yeah, I always said right at the beginning of all of this is, it's fine saying non-Euclidean, but to be able to say it's non-Euclidean, you must have a firm understanding of Euclidean geometry. How can you say not that when you don't really know what that is? And to say not that after once you see what Euclidean geometry actually is, to say not that non-Euclidean geometry, I mean, it's ridiculous to even think of the concept of it. Euclidean geometry is what we use in reality. So I've just got my kettle on, making a brew. Break time. I was hoping that we might have Betty and somebody, one of the Globe Earth challengers, wanting to come and have a discussion about this Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, why don't they come on? They have a...
I'm going to talk about the bent lines, the bent straight lines.
Yeah?
I'll have a look. I'll see if I've got some clips of Brenda to put on when we were, because I have had these conversations. We are not new to these conversations at all. I will find some clips of let me check what these are.
For an approximation, it's something like...
No, get an exact one. These are surveyors you're talking for, Brenda. They actually use the tools. They have the most accurate tools for measuring levels.
Yeah, it's
don't they?
Approximately 7.98 inches.
Oh, that's the 7.98 inches. I think this is the one.
Yeah, we're probably one of the most perfect books ever wrote.
Well, it's
Mathematical
wrong.
as well.
Well, it's wrong.
What, Euclid's elements are wrong?
No, it's wrong, isn't it?
I don't know. You say it's wrong. Like you've
Well,
just
on
said
the
it
surface-
three or four times there. How
Yeah.
is it wrong? You just say in that Euclid's elements is wrong. Euclidean geometry
Yeah.
is wrong. Brenda.
Right. It's wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong because in the presence of gravity, space is non-Euclidean.
In the presence of gravity, did you just say?
Yes.
So when we say we use Euclidean geometry, would that mean that there is no gravity, or that you're wrong?
No, that doesn't mean that. That doesn't follow.
Sheer genius talking.
Yeah, you have to bear in mind that is only Brenda, and Brenda by no means is an authority on anything for geometry or mathematics.
Or anything for that matter.
Or anything, yeah. Especially not
Fair.
logic.
Yeah. She said, in the presence of gravity, Euclidean geometry doesn't work. It's nothing. It's
Space is non-Euclidean. That's like
right.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah. So straight lines, like that's a Euclidean definition of a straight line, and Pythagoras and that, 3, 4, 5 triangles, that's Euclidean. An angle being the inclination of two straight lines or planes to one another, that's Euclidean.
That's 3 for 3.
Yeah. A circle, that's Euclidean.
No.
Yeah.
Not that too.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Brenda. Excuse my language, sorry. I know we're live.
Yeah, so that's I mean, why would anybody think? I mean, it might be fun for people to hear that. But can you imagine being in a conversation with somebody that can say that? I mean, what would you be doing in that conversation? Where would that conversation go?
Well, first of all, anybody that knows anything about anything would be laughing at Brenda at that point.
Yeah. But like Brenda was in the chat the other day telling us how stupid we were. But then not being able to say anything. There's no counter to it. It's just wrong. There's no, it's wrong because of this. And here, let me show you where you're wrong. I can see that you don't understand. Here you go. Here's the solution to the problem. This is where your misunderstanding lies. Never. None. Just, you're wrong. Which is the way of a certain group of people.
That's the way of the sphere, grasshopper.
Yeah. Oh, so we must have done something wrong. All the viewers have gone. Sorry, people. Come back. Oh, the trolls are in. Maybe it was me putting Brenda on. Maybe that was the upsetting part. I'm sorry. To remember not to do that for next time. I'll remind everybody that the T-shirt logic is now available on the site. Have you got a link, Emma? Is there a link you can put out on the thing? I'll link it to the put it on the YouTube video. A B-ball in the chat is concerned about Brandon. That's nice. He's always concerned about other people, isn't he, B-ball? We're all concerned. I've heard B-ball. He's on Twitter. He's fine. Talking about politics and stuff. Don't worry. Have we got a link to the T-shirt logic anywhere? I don't want to be accessing my thing. Let me see if I can get this. Hello. Let me put a bust of music on for a moment. Yeah. 3 minutes. This is a... Oh, let me put a screen on for you guys so you can listen in. Coming on the dead straight lines while I find a link.
Nice, and I wish while the song is playing, one of them will, a baller out there will get enough guts and come on the show, liven it up a bit.
Looking out upon the shore,
Get some action
I found
going.
balance and so much
D-ball,
more.
hint, hint.
It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines. And show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cock sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
Seems like an age ago. Got Buster playlist going.
One of my favorites, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's loads of them. Let me get the link. A copy link. I'll put this on the chat. Oh, we've got our text chat trolls in the Discord chat as well. If anybody feels like there's not enough in the YouTube, we definitely have them in the Discord.
Oh, that's where they've gone.
Yeah, it's much easier to come onto the Discord. Starcodder. I found there's a group of adult globe earthers that hang around the Doxing Discord channels. There's a team of them, a group of 4 or 5 that are together. That they do the geometry. So, yeah, he's in there looking at trying to sort out the Euclid. I don't know why he's not willing to come.
Yeah, shout out to all the people in Discord. We have 18 people in Discord.
Yeah, talking about blinds and planes. And I find it surprising that Starcodder's willing to talk about the lines and planes. I bet he wouldn't want to come in here and talk about them because he would have to give them up in no time once you relate them to reality at any point. Because we've, like, SE, you had a little trip out today, didn't you? But do you want to just go over that part of the proof project? That the understanding of what happens when they have to, well, you go over there to have a discussion about the proof and what proof is. Proof comes from geometry. Yet, how many people have mentioned anything about the proofs within geometry to you, Essie?
0 so far.
You find that strange?
Yep.
Yeah, I do too.
The project
I
is
find
still
it
on.
strange.
Go on.
Hi, Essie. Evening, everyone.
No, you go ahead. Good evening, Spot. We've been talking all this time. Go ahead, bro.
That's all right. I've been listening on and off. Yeah, no, I find it strange too. Well, I find it also strange that all these people that hang around in text channels never come in to have a chat. That's the thing that I do find the most strangest. That they've got so much to say, but no one ever comes in to chat. And it's a friendly server. I mean, it's not like when you go to some of the other places where it can get out of hand. It's usually a calm place to come to and have a chat about anything, really. Talk about geometry or talk about all those things that they talk about in the chat. I mean, I can't see why they just don't come in and say what they've got to say. Well, I got a rough idea why they don't, but for those that are watching and looking at the chat in YouTube, I think it's evident that, well, it becomes obvious. I mean, if you're looking at what's being presented here, geometry, it's quite a simple. I mean, if I can understand it, then I think that a lot of people could understand it. I don't see why people, like I say, I'm not going to keep saying it, but yeah, I can't understand why people just don't come in and have a chat, and they just hang around in this talking nonsense. That's what I was going to say on that. Sorry.
I don't get it myself. I don't understand. Like what Bev was saying, I went over to Geo's earlier on today on the proof project. We're doing the proof project, right? We're asking people like what's proof to them.
Yeah, I was actually in there for a few minutes. I haven't been in there for a while, but I thought I'd pop in there because there weren't many people about in this server, so I thought I'd pop over, and I saw you were in there, so I actually thought, wonder what you're up to. So I had a little listen in as well, only for a couple of minutes, but those 2 minutes were enough So I left because it was just senseless to me.
Yeah, you came in
No
when
point.
they're at a point where like the sophistry was starting.
Well, it's the saying that there isn't any proof, and then like Bev said, like has it been mentioned about the geometry? Why hasn't anyone mentioned geometry? Are they saying that there no proof can be found in reality, or is
Well,
it just they're saying there's no proof in science?
Yeah. There was various
That's
opinions, but basically that was it. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to round it up like that. Sorry. But in those couple of minutes, that's what I got. I was like, oh, I can't be listening with this anymore. Same people talking the same drivel.
Yeah, sounds like somebody doesn't understand.
Yeah, to be fair, some were saying evidence, some were saying, and then I was asking what evidence is, and that wasn't like clear 100%. And like it's a tough question, which really isn't, but most people they haven't really thought of it.
No, and I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying that everyone, knows. I don't know the answers to the all the questions, but work through it honestly, and you can, find the answers. There's a guy I've been speaking to recently, and he opened up a little bit and sort of said, "Oh, just I'm close friends with him," and he's like, "Oh, talking about the things that I do talk about." He's like, "Oh, I just felt that you're sort of like wasting your time because you're never going to get the answers." And I'm like, "But I have got some answers. I have got my answers. It's, obviously always ever changing, but I'm quite happy with where I'm at the minute with my understanding." Whereas,
Me too.
he was quite happy to judge me on what he thinks I know. In a friendly way. There's not malice. He actually was concerned that I was like just wasting my time on what he thought was just the internet. Just looking at stuff that I wasn't going to get anywhere with. And so I said to him, I found some proof, real proof. But obviously maybe he doesn't quite understand how big that is because I haven't really had the time to talk to him about what the other people are saying is or isn't proof. Like I should think that most people think that there's loads of proof everywhere, all around them in science, and as we've heard recently that they're struggling to find any proof whatsoever.
Yeah, the people at the heart of this topic or whatever, they're the ones that have no proof, not us. We're like, I definitely have proofs within myself. And I think you have to watch what you're talking to, because the people that we're talking to are specifically tailoring their answers to a specific group of people, and they will reinterpret the question so it's directed in a way that they think they're in an arena talking about earth shape constantly. Every question has got something to do with earth shape, even when it hasn't got anything to do with earth shape, like Euclid, where people like Bebo will automatically go to that for no apparent reason. Well, say no apparent reason other than a model obsession that takes them to it. I mean, it is good. It's good to have the argument, right? Because you need to have something to be able to reorder your head around the situation. But
yeah, when we were talking about the straight line, B-Ball was asking me in the chat, so does a straight line mean that the earth is flat? And I'm like, no, just means it's a straight line. Like right away they go, you're right, right away they go to the model.
Yeah, the model affliction is very strong, and I don't want to be I don't want to be talking about them like it's a thing, right? Because they're upset about it.
Mm.
I mean, it's pretty obvious now that they're keeping out of the way. The B-ball's laughing now. He's telling T-shirts. T-shirt logic, B-ball. Where do you think T-shirt logic goes? It goes on T-shirts. Thanks for promoting.
They just probably thought it was just a meme.
Yeah.
A meme of a T-shirt logic, not actually logic on a T-shirt.
A design made for a T-shirt.
Mm.
Yeah.
Probably because he's maybe never created anything, or maybe just thinks it's just only computers and what you can create on their pictures and whatever is all you can do in life. Just troll the chat.
Yes, B-ball, your line afflicted. I couldn't have said it better. We gotta write that one down. Line affliction. Brought to you by B-ball.
Brought to you by B-ball's model affliction. Is that everybody has to be afflicted by something. We are, B-ball. We're all afflicted by the model to varying degrees.
There's a scale, yeah.
Yeah. So like we're all got to keep a check on each other, because like we've seen, like all us lot here of this have seen the effects that happens, the amount of things that have to be given up because of a model. And I personally can't put myself in that position. I can't give up a horizontal plane because of a model. I can't give up a straight line because it has to curve. I can't give up all of these geometric things that I know to be true just because somebody else and there's another group of people with a model.
Thing is, the majority of people have no idea about the model. People. They're just going along with their lives. No one's even had a second thought about how it actually may affect their lives. Everyone's just going out there creating horizontals and verticals, straight lines, and working from that horizontal zero baseline, datum, sea level.
Horizontophobics. That sounds pretty good. I like that. Ravens.
Horizontophobic.
That's good, yeah.
That's a good one, yeah.
That's logic at work. Even B-ball has afflicted a bit from it.
Yeah, horizontal afflicted. Wait, no, I just know what a horizontal is. It doesn't afflict us in any way, B-ball. We know that, we use them. It's not us
that's
that are
the proof.
afflicted by it, yeah.
That is the proof, right, yeah.
That's where we go. That's where we go to find our proof. Like Euclid. Euclid starts off with a straight line and then replicates it. Well, we needed to know that line was straight. That's how we find out it is straight. That's where you lot people are scared to come to. We've got a test. Nobody can look at the test. Not one of you guys.
Yeah, why don't you come in and have a chat about it, and talk over, instead of just going, oh, that won't prove anything. Take in, someone else's word for it. Work through it logically yourself and forget about all the other people that are, dissing it.
Yeah,
or you afflicted that, model afflicted that much you can't. That's what you got to ask yourself.
You've got to realise, people, yeah, and everyone that's listening, right? This is a process that we're going through. We're trying to do a proof for proof challenge. We're pointing out to people. We're going on a proof project to find out. And people are giving up proofs. Nobody's mentioning geometric proofs. We know we made the video. There are no globe believers with any geometric proof or evidence for their model. We've said that. We've offered a proof for proof challenge with multiple people. McToons, Fight the Flat Earth, Septic, Conspiracy Cats, Mr. Sensible. All of the people. Anyone will offer anybody these proof for proof challenges where we go through it. But we know that they're not going to be coming. We know, people, that you can't do it. We will be replicating our tests. We'll be doing it again multiple times. We will be doing our proofs. They will be coming out. Nothing's going to change. Nothing is changing for what we're doing. You guys are just going to have to sit there and say that we're not doing it when we obviously are doing it. With multiple people. Next test will be in the spring sometime, people. Maybe even depending on the weather and what goes on, we might do a laser waving soon. This weekend, next weekend, who knows, people? I mean, we do stuff all the time.
I would venture to say, Bev, that you'll go out there before Rumpus or Ranty climbs his hill.
Well, like we said, when we did the tests, we did them for us first. No one else. It was just personal tests. Now, we did it and we filmed it and we were on Discord. So all of the tests and all of the things that we're going to be able to do within our proofs, we've already done. We've actually done them.
Yeah, we've planned it, you know, and it's just getting better and better. A few teething problems.
Yeah, test.
But the actual the idea, you can't fault. Straight line, shared straight line segment using more levels.
Yeah, geometric. I mean, that's only step one. Shared straight line segment. Prove a shared straight line segment. And then move on to the plane. We know how bad it is for the model. It's very simple. Prove a straight line. Prove a curve.
Find out if the water drops from the horizontal.
Yeah. Well, the water level.
So, Spot, are you telling me if you were building your house and you were building your sewer, right? The water that comes out of your house. Are you telling me now, for real, that you would slope it away from your house? Like a downgrade into the main sewer line?
Yeah, you always have a run on your drains. Everyone knows that, yeah. Turn of the bubble. That's what you need. That's what they say. Well, you've got point A and point B, yeah? Point A is the point in which it comes from your house, you know, where the pipe comes out your house in the ground. And you've got point B, which is either the manhole that you need to get to, that could be any distance, or the soakaway. You know, like a septic tank, if it's foul. So
that has
again,
to be
point A,
higher.
point B. Yeah, and you just have you can have a straight line again. It's a straight line from point A to point B. You don't have. I mean, some drains are actually designed to run with a slow fall, and then they drop down for a section. You know, with a steeper drop, and then they'll run. Like not level, but slightly. Not as much run. And then they do it that way, so that it builds up some speed and then slows down.
So you're saying there's a change of elevation between. Sorry that I'm asking you these silly questions, but a lot of people don't understand that. So you're saying there's a change in elevation between point A and point B. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you've got 100 meters between your house and the manhole, when it's a meter deep, there you go. You've got it. You just. Every 10 meters, you work out what the fall is. 100 mil in 10 meters. There you go.
Yep, straightforward enough.
That. Yeah, and that's all worked out. That you'd be, if there's a drain already there, then you have to work out, make sure the house is above the drains, and build the house higher. Yeah, you'd build the house lower than your drains, otherwise, wouldn't you? So it's all about the horizontal. Yeah, everyone's working from the same horizontal.
So
whether it's a village, town. Sorry.
Yeah. So on a level surface, drainage system wouldn't work that well, right? There would have to be some elevation change, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I think Sugar Cookie wants us to go over a thing that Bozo's posted. Looks like Sugar Cookie's corrected it. Can you see it? It must have posted it a bit ago.
What's that, mate?
At 8 minutes
what, in
to
the
10.
Discord, or?
Yeah, about half an hour ago.
One final question, if I may. The most important one. Sorry. So when the ballers say you can have a drop without elevation change, spot on. Would you say that is a nonsensical statement?
It's bullshit. That's what that is. Okay. To have a drop, you got to have an elevation change.
Or else the sewer system wouldn't work, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the same situation as, if you stood at the canal and you got a guy stood at one end, not one end, but, you've got, say, 100 meters between two people. They're stood by the canal. Nothing changes. The water doesn't change. There's no lock. There's a lock either side of it, if you like. So it's one stationary piece of water. Now, there's no elevation change between those two people in 100 meters. So let's go, if you went 500 meters, let's say. The water's level, there's no elevation change. No end is going to be higher than the other one. Whereas I've heard claims of, the other person being lower than the other. Well, that's just an impossibility.
Yeah. That's why I was figuring... Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you were done.
No, that's it. Yeah, no.
That's why I was figuring to bring the sewer system in here to put in people's minds that if it's not like that, you're going to be having some bad smells in your house, right?
Yeah.
All right.
No one worries about that. No one worries about that in any of the construction. Everyone knows that because all the heights are already in. Generally, and you've got a main drain. Unless you're going to put a whole new system in, it still has to go from somewhere to somewhere. And those elevations need to be known, don't they? And that's all based on the horizontal, because the drains have already been surveyed. If there's already if it's a tank, or if it's a main sewer with a main drain, you go there, you find out the depth of it, and you transfer that to wherever you've got to go. This is drains, I mean. And then you work out, if that was, say, 100 meters away, you want to be X amount above them drains so that you've got the adequate run.
Yeah, very nicely said, bro.
Can we go over this thing in the chat? Do you want to have a look at it? Everyone. Go on, let's
Yeah,
get
where
it.
is it to?
Let's get
Bev,
our
sorry,
heads
mate.
on it. Right in the live chat.
What time was it?
Just recently. Sugar Cookie.
Oh, okay.
Sugar Cookie. He's posted 2 of them. One of them's Bozo. Have a look at it and tell us what you think.
What, 10:18? 22:18?
Yeah, and 19. You see, there's a couple of adjustments been made. Now, what do you think about the wording and the adjustments?
Point to line. Line to plane.
Yeah, the one that Bozo posted says a point intersects Euclid 1 in a point. A point intersects Euclid 1 in a point, and a line intersects Euclid 1 in a line.
How can a point intersect a point?
Exactly. It just,
because 2 points make a line, yeah?
Mistake number 1.
Yeah, if you look at Sugar Cookie's adjustment.
Yeah, the one underneath.
Yeah, a line intersects Euclid 1 in a point.
Yep.
And a
absolutely.
plane intersects Euclid 1 in a line. Because it's a plane. That other one there is another plane, is a vertical plane and a horizontal plane, or just 2 different. Euclid 1 being the green plane that's common to both pictures, one on each side, and then it says that a line intersects Euclid 1 in a point, which is true. It does. It just, that one line intersects. It's 3-dimensional geometry, Cartesian coordinates, but yeah, I would go along with a Sugar Cookie, and I think it's Starkadder as well that pointed that out. The original wording seems to be wrong.
I wonder where it was taken from.
Yeah. But it's so
easy. Is that just what someone's made up, or is it actually in a book somewhere? Or, you know what I mean? It's like, is that just someone's having a go at geometry?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's come from or anything. It's just been posted as a picture. Probably copied out of everywhere. But, I mean, if you look, it does say
I don't know, it's pretty confusing, though, isn't it? I mean, it's like, it's not really, it's not simple, in my opinion.
Yeah. It never is made to be simple, is it? And all it takes is a couple of words in the wrong place, and it doesn't actually make any sense at all. A point intersects Euclid 1 in a point.
I know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. You can't have a point intersecting in a point. I wouldn't say so anyway.
I can't see the point in it.
Yeah.
To be honest, excuse the pun. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not cut out for that.
Yeah.
I like the simple stuff, like like drains, in reality, and easy to understand diagrams.
Which way does your poop flow? Sorry to be so blunt, but yeah, there's only one way that it could work.
Well, we know how water flows.
Yeah. And the proof process.
Yeah, I mean, I I started my career when I was like 16 in construction, and one of my first jobs was to do was guttering. Now I loved the guttering.
For real?
I did. I used to love doing guttering. You know, like because you got your your downpipe, and you had to work out the falls around the house to get it to all work, and that was my first real understanding of what water does. When if you can actually put a gutter level, and the water would still go down the downpipe. Not that that's ideal.
Yeah.
But as a test, that can be done.
Yeah, because
eventually
it only has to fill
flow,
up
right?
to the
From the roof.
Yeah.
Because of the flow.
Well, it hits the gutter, and if it's level but there's a hole one end, it'll always go down the hole. Yeah,
It'll
until
fill up. Yeah.
Until it until it all until it goes. There may be a small amount left in there, but that's just physics. Then you'd have some people putting guttering up that like has massive slopes on it, and then it's like rocketing down, and then you've got water coming down valleys into hoppers, and then as I started to work in construction, then I started doing the drains, and then it was the brickwork, and so it was all based on horizontal lines, all of it. And then for someone to, when I came into this, and hearing these people that because that was my favourite question originally, Bev, wasn't it? It was like, have you ever used any of the tools?
Yeah.
Have you ever done anything like you used the site level? Have you used And it was everyone that came in. No one like now. Everyone's talking like they know what they're on about, because the last 2 years they've been discussing it, and the odd one's gone out and bought something, like one of the tools. Whether they've used it or not, I don't know. But before.
Didn't even know what a water level was, most of them. I mean, I'm still like unsure that most people know what it is. It's more about the argument than actually knowing about what the principles or anything that they're talking about.
Yeah.
It's all founded on the geometry. Right, the geometry and the principles of the geometry that we learn through the book of Euclid are what directly relatable to reality. Directly, I mean, like it's so directly that the horizontal and the vertical form the right angle.
Yeah.
It's hardly surprising that it was called the right angle.
Yeah. I can't believe when that was discovered, or like rediscovered for most, and completely discovered for me, because I didn't really know too much about geometry.
Yeah.
I had all the practical, but not the actual. Well, I suppose geometry is practical, but you know what I mean. The understanding of the geometry.
Yeah.
I mentioned it before and gone about it, but it was a big moment for me to learn that stuff. I mean, I haven't learned it all, but I've learned the basics. That I've learned that all the things that I've been using all my life are in Euclidean geometry. Thanks, Euclid. Yeah.
But it's not. It's like logic, isn't it? Right? They wrote it all down, but you, if you needed to, you would have come to the same conclusions that they did.
If I hadn't have met you guys and gone through it all, then I would have still been doing what I was doing.
Yeah.
Which was the practical, real life experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now
not given,
I can.
Yeah, you can apply it.
I can also explain it.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was just. I mean, I could have. I mean, I'm in a group of lads in a minute, but when I go and start working on some other contracts or whatever, I'll talk to the other bricklayers about certain things. And if you pick the bricklayer and just asked him about, horizontal and level and the bubble and what is it and how does it work, I don't think there'd be too many bricklayers that'd be able to tell you too much about it, apart from, like, I say that, but I don't know for certain, but I just got this feeling that not many people do really fully understand what these tools are, what they're using and how they're surveyors, maybe, yeah, but not all them. I mean, I've heard of even some surveyors never even used, even old school ones never even used the water level.
Yeah.
I mean, that's only one instance, but I have heard that, and that's surprising.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the tools that's been taken out, especially for long usage, even though, I mean, I guess all of the canals have already been built.
Mm.
So, yeah, the longer ones are probably not needed. Oh, Starcod is back again in the chat.
Which one is he?
He's one of the old school mathematician ones. I really would like to have a conversation with anyone really about this Euclidean geometry and the way whatever it is they think that they're applying comes into their effect of what they think, because we are just talking about geometry. And I don't know, like, he's going to write some stuff here now. I don't even... He's probably very clever, and he's probably got a good evening, serious truth.
I've just clicked on the link. Sorry, they're from Bozo. So cheers for that, Bozo. I'll have a look at that. How to make a perfect plane. Maths.org. Thanks for that. I didn't see that a minute ago. I don't think it was the other parts of what you were gonna. Have you seen that, the actual webpage, Bev?
I haven't. No, I didn't know whether I could. Do you think I could? Is that part of the where we got that picture?
I don't know.
From?
I'm just flicking through it, mate. That's all. Sort of just. I'm just scrolling through, mate, at the minute. Yeah, but it looks pretty good so far. Yeah. So we can go over that tomorrow, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where I got that from. People are just not understanding. That's all. But once you read it, you'll understand.
People are just not understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty good, that. Let's get me reading glasses on. Who's in the YouTubes?
Oh, Brenda's in there saying, be happy to have a conversation with me, just not here on this Discord. So, if you
didn't you say everything you needed to say last time?
Yeah, I don't really need to.
I mean, what is there more to be said there, Brenda? I mean, what?
If anybody wants to go over the past conversations that I've had with Brenda, I mean, I could get a few of them and put them in the chat if anybody wants to see. But if you don't want to come in, Brenda, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't come in. I don't think anyone would be. Would anybody be upset if?
What if Brenda doesn't come in?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd feel better.
Okay,
actually.
There you go. Thank you, Brenda, for letting us know that you are not going to be coming in. That's great. we all agree that is definitely the best outcome for us here.
I think we've heard enough, haven't we? You know,
yeah,
with Brenda's logic.
Yeah, we've had I mean, as we've learned this geometric argument, there are a few pitfalls that the geometrically illiterate have. And I do mean geometrically illiterate, a group of people, model afflicted. The model affliction stops them from checking into the actual geometry and leads them into this sort of geometric illiteracy. So when we have this understanding of the geometry and everybody's took through it, Brenda particularly has the idea that balls, the surface of balls is 2D. So like a 3-dimensional Euclidean shape, a ball has a 2-dimensional surface, which is everybody knows it's a circle is a 2-dimensional shape. And there are a lot of people that don't agree with Brenda, but there are people that do agree with Brenda. And 2D
but they're
balls.
The ones that probably where Brenda learned it from were the people that are, you know what I mean, like backing her there.
Well,
it's like a group of not many people saying the same shit, basically.
Back in the
agreeing
day,
with each other.
when Brenda had to have 2D balls, and that was pretty funny because Brenda got really upset about us mentioning that Brenda had to have 2D balls. That was very...
Circle balls.
It came round twice. The initial 2D balls, and then came back and did the X-rated version when I got really triggered about 2D balls. It was good. Anybody? I'll go and get the clip. I'll put it in there. Do you want to talk amongst yourselves, or I'll just go and find 2D balls from the YouTube.
Over the surface of any 3D solid is 2D.
Is that 2D
How can something 3 be 2D, Brenda? I mean, I'm not going to even talk to her. You know, I'm not even going to discuss that. It doesn't need discussing, does it? Apart from maybe joking about.
There's two here. I've got two. These aren't even the ones that I thought they are, but this is what we have fun with. Wardy embraces Brenda's 2D balls. And the other one is called Wardy gets familiar with Brenda's 2D balls. I'll get them, because they are.
Yeah, you got the right way of dealing with it. Ask and what's that? Ask and reserve. What? Receive. Sorry. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah. If anyone's annoying, I don't know if asking is male or female, but so I just love everything that she says. It's great.
Does anybody want to put these into the? This is the back when Sleeping Warrior was around.
When you're standing on the side of truth, it tends to make things a lot funnier if people come in talking nonsense. Yeah, it's easy to spot, especially saying things that are 3D or 2D. Is there a contradiction there, you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a little one. It's a good job we're working on the logic.
Yeah. There you go. Wardy embraces Brenda's 2D balls, and Wardy gets familiar with Brenda's 2D balls. There's another couple. I'll find them.
A year ago, so.
Oh, there you go. That was a long one, that.
So has anybody differentiated between the difference between a sphere and a ball?
Well, no, because they don't like to. That one's called Brenda's Flat Balls.
Well, I've actually heard. I can't remember who it was, but somebody actually did do that once. Differentiated with balls this, a sphere's this. I was like,
oh,
yeah. They like to say.
Do they think
Go on.
Sorry, Bev. I was going to say, it's a sphere. Do they think spheres are in geometry, and then they can turn it into a 2D surface, but a ball they can't? So they tend to talk about a sphere.
It was whoever we were talking to about. They brought it up, and it was like, well, what can the surface of an object displace water? And it went kind of crazy after that. But yeah, I think whoever it was, it seemed like I remember them trying to differentiate between a ball it's a ball, it's a 3D object, but a sphere is something else. I didn't know if anybody's tried that since.
Yeah, a ball is meant to be the 3-dimensional Euclidean shape, as in when they live on a ball, then that's the 3-dimensional Euclidean shape. And a sphere is the mathematical concept of the surface of a sphere.
Yep. And they start pulling out the tangents.
Yep. Which
Can't
makes
do that.
Out the tangent.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do that on 2D conceptual geometry. That's so well. Like so, can't do that.
We have Tangent Man. Don't forget him.
It's been some fun times.
Yeah, the learning through the geometry and the Euclid gives you the concept of the understanding, right? That the 2D and 3D is a definite difference. That that you can't just put 2D on a ball. It doesn't work like that.
Well, even then, you see some of these. Well, I'm not going to call it a sphere, but what's the word? Where it's made up of triangles. So that's the sort of closest thing they've got, and that's made of straight lines. The geodesics. Yeah. So it's all straight lines anyway. No curved lines.
Yeah.
PhD Tony is solid gold. Ask and receive. Yes, he is.
Yeah, PhD Tony.
Where is he? Has anyone seen that guy? He was around for quite a bit. I haven't seen him. Not that I've been about, but is he still frequenting the YouTubes? Anyone seen him?
I don't know. We've
Probably still
been,
calming down, actually.
Yeah, we've been outcast, haven't we? We're over here on our own now. Out of the way. Nobody's even watching us anymore. Yeah, the Euclid's it's too much for people to take within the argument, I think. Even the ballers don't want to actually come and have an argument with us or a discussion about it. They'd rather just say that we don't know what we're talking about and keep away. Imagine that they know everything, never ever having to come and talk to us. Just like Stark Odder here, just putting stuff in here, imagining he's teaching us, but never coming to discuss it. And I'd really like to have that discussion. There's loads of people here that would. And how how they have the concept to keep their geometry running. Like I've tried to talk to people at universities as well, when we did the university course, trying to get people to engage within the course on the topic of relating the geometry to reality. It seems to become really tricky because they can't relate non-Euclidean geometry to reality. But that's
well, yeah. There's no proof of it whatsoever.
That's
their problem. That's why no one's coming. Yeah, that's why no one's coming for the proof of proof with you, because they can't. What the first one is, the straight line, and they can't get past it. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
A straight line, eh?
Yeah, it's like B-Ball said at the beginning, it doesn't prove anything other than there's a group of people that can't come for a discussion about a straight line. That's the only thing it proves. And I would really like to... We know that they can't have the discussion. This is what they're going to have to come to the point at some point where we start progressing and going forwards. And we know that all they are going to be doing is going, no, not that. But we're going to be building up from proofs within Euclidean geometry and relating that to reality. And every step of the way, as we've already found out, there's a group of people that can't even talk about straight lines. And then we're going to be going on to building a plane and proving it in reality. And they're going to say, no, it's not. And then we're going to show them a plane. And then they're going to go, no, it's not. And then we're going to show perpendiculars and a distance and horizontals and verticals. And they're going to go, no, it's not. Like the brilliant geniuses that they all are. And have no other way of discussing anything with us at all. Never coming and talking. Just sitting at the side saying, no, no.
Yeah, at a computer as well.
Yeah.
Generally, just a lot of them are just sat as keyboard warriors. And then you have to wonder whether or not you're just wasting your time talking to them. But then it doesn't. It's not about talking necessarily to the people. Well, it is, but it's what other people over listening to the conversations get from it. They can start to understand what's being said from both sides. You know, you've got. It's whether you've got the capacity to work out yourself what's being said.
Yeah, which is why
which
the
I
logic
imagine
goes
can be quite
hand in
hard.
hand. Yeah. You've got
it's
to have
hard
that...
to start with, though.
Yeah.
Because the model's too strong to start with. It can be. The model takes away the logic. And eventually, will logic win over the model?
Yeah.
It's a battle between the logic and the model.
And the magic. The logic and the magic. It's the magic that's already been performed to place the model where the model is. Yeah. It's like, can we rediscover the logic to get rid of that model? Like, can it overdo it? Because it's been put into people at childhood. And is there a way to dismiss it and get rid of it? Or will it be forever there? Is that why these discussions are always going on? Because there is literally no way to get rid of it.
There is, but it's hard. See, they beat in the critical thinking out of people. They taught us in school, right?
Yeah.
A, B, or C, right? There's no D or E or F, right? It's A, B, C, or D, right? That's most the questions that you either fail or pass, right? There's no critical thinking there. They tell you a story, they tell you the correct answer, and that is it.
I mean, look at what George has put in there. A straight line is that which lies evenly between two extreme points. Yep. Ask Bev to explain what lying evenly means. I can also lay points evenly between extreme points along a curve or an arc. Explain. Well, it doesn't need explaining, George. You've explained it in the first 3 words in that whole paragraph there. A straight line.
Put a straight
is
line
not a
along a
curve,
curve,
mate.
George.
God, what
Explain
can't you
us how
get
you
me
do that,
about
George. Yeah.
Yeah, explain
us
how you
put a
turn that
freaking
straight
line
line.
along a curve.
He thinks
What do you mean,
he's
nice
won.
us? You're the one who's got to explain it, not us.
He's missed it. Like, we have already done that, George. Right at the beginning, I went over and explained why some people believe that they have to inject a curve in at the point of a straight line is mentioned within the definitions of an axiomatic system. The very next one explains a plane. Now, that straight line cannot be curved if the very next definition that builds upon it explains a plane, George. It's before the curve of the plane. It's talking about a straight line.
Everyone in there knows. Or is there anyone that agrees with George about the straight line? I know there probably isn't in this Discord server. Anyone else in the chat on YouTube want to agree with George? Because if you're one person stood amongst 25 people watching, you've got to start questioning whether or not you're you got it right or not.
I don't even think we should acknowledge him because isn't this the guy that said he was ignoring us?
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I said it because some of the people on YouTube, I feel that sometimes it just needs pointing out, but I don't think we need to speak any more about it. I agree, Buster.
Yeah. It doesn't need to be talked about.
No,
crazy,
just laughed about and then
I know
moved
crazy
on.
men are laughing hilariously about straight lines and them wanting them to curve. Like, I think
who's laughing at who?
I mean, somebody ought to write a song about that. I think it's crazy to think that straight lines curve. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we know just the guy. Oh, wait a minute. He wrote one. Shout out Buster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
world famous Buster.
Crazy old model afflicted boomers are not what's needed, I think, at the minute. This does go to show the model affliction, though, that's caused from what we do, and the t-shirt logic especially, I would imagine, is especially triggering.
Yeah, I think George has hit the cog this event horizon.
No, George has gone beyond it. I don't think there's any point of return for George.
He's gone beyond it?
Yeah. He's the Globe
Possibly.
Earth Penrose. We now formally.
He's behind the curve.
He's
that one. Yeah, beyond the curve.
Just one more shout out to RBD Face though.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Crazy fools. Oh, actually, doxing crazy fools.
And threats, isn't it? Like some sort of death threat, was it?
Yeah, death threats and doxing,
all
George. Tut. I thought you were better than that, George, to be honest. But hey, I guess Blue likes to allow doxing going on in his server. It's okay. Bob's helping him. Sicking up with each other. Later, George. Thanks for popping by.
Have no answer. I thought so later.
No answer for a straight line? Like crazy.
We're quite happy with our definition and practical. Putting that pen to paper, drawing that line. Once you've done that, you know that can't curve. That's all you got to do. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but when you say you're a practical guy. You actually lay these lines down, right? You physicalize these lines every day. The the artists and the architects, they draw the lines. Well, you make them physical. You build the things from the plans of the lines, right? So when they draw a straight line, then you build the straight line.
Yeah. If they draw a curved line, we'll build a curved line.
Yeah.
But they don't call that a straight line because that could be a little bit confusing. That. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The reality is one of the things we've been dealing in all the time. We have always been living in reality. At no point do we ever assume a mathematical concept of a spherical surface. If it is, it's a ball and it's 3D because it exists in reality. I cannot put that concept of being on the ball. I can't get there. That may be what I lost, is that idea of being able to stand on the ball.
You say lost, but you probably never had it. That's the thing, isn't it? It's like,
well, yeah,
you'll never know. I suppose you'll never know. You'll never know, will you?
Depends how much ingrained it is into you, through the preceding years. But that early part, that not having that, means that there wasn't anything for me to build on. Maybe that made it. I mean, because the model's still there. Like, remember when we first started and we started talking about the model enabling words that we use. I mean, they were still there. Like, just because I haven't got the actual model, that all of those words that go along to aid the magic trick, they were all still there.
But even that, was a realization moment, wasn't it? It was like using all the words, and it's like, hold on. And then people are still doing it now, but that's up to them. But it's definitely a lot better if you don't use all those words, because there's no need to use the words because they're not in reality. Like in our lives, our practical lives.
Yeah.
Curvature doesn't come into it, like as in the way that they think it does.
It's just in this arena and the conversations within it overemphasized towards and skewed towards a model.
Well, what about somebody that's accepted that information that where we live is at X, and it would drive them to say something like, we don't have access to reality?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I think wasn't that the phrase he said? We don't have access to reality, or something similar to that. I don't know if I phrased it exactly right. What would drive somebody to say something like? I mean, the only thing that I could think of is that you've accepted a bit of information that is the overview of how you see everything, and it would drive you to say, "I don't have access to reality."
Oh, Blue Marbles in the... Sorry, have to address it. Blue, my name's all over the place. George is writing my name all over it. I've seen it. People show me. I'm not allowed on your server. You've kicked us off. I presumed you kicked us off so you can let people do that sort of thing, Blue. So I can't see it.
Yeah, but... Yeah, again, you know, like they kick you off the servers, and then yet they want to come in here and chat. I mean, it just takes the piss. I mean, what do you think you're doing, mate?
It's because
I mean, it's not like, you know, you go in there, Bev, and start like shouting and screaming. It's nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's completely opposite. You're the only calm one usually there. So, you know, I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you think, Blue? You kick someone from your server, or not just one. I think there's a few people that come to on the level that you won't allow in yours, but yet you'll come in here and you know and chat in the chat. You think that's fair? Get real, mate. Can wake up. Sorry about the swearing. Well, yeah, I had a message. Yeah, go on, Buster, sorry.
I was going to say, I'll say it again. It's accepted information, and then the pride comes into it where I can't be wrong about this. I'll kick people, but then I'll still go back in and poke and prod.
Well, they have like a memory loss thing, don't they? They sort of like, they just think they can wipe the slate clean the next day, and it's all forgotten.
Yes, I don't know.
At the minute, Blue Marble is upset at the fact that I'm pointing out that they're doxing me over on his Discord server.
Yeah, well, stop them from doing it then.
He's coming here. No, he's coming in to have a go at me for pointing it out. I'm not even in your server, Blue. Grow up, man. Fuck's sake.
Fucking children, mate.
Yeah.
This is what you got to deal with.
It's not just your server, Blue. Not just your server. Not a one of you are banned in my chat. Yes, I think that's fair. What are you talking about, Blue? You've banned loads of us. Oh, Blue and George.
Oh, me and your VC.
Yeah, yeah. Off you go.
God.
Go ahead, lads. Get together.
Go on, you two.
Where's the meme? Is that sugar cookie?
You anyway. What you do is talk shit anyway. Right, that's enough swearing. I won't swear anymore. Sorry, I just got off my chest. Yes.
I just know. I already know my name. I find it really fucking strange that you've got one guy, Bob, the science guy, that's making me take videos down because somebody posted another video readily available on YouTube in my, in the Discord server we're in. And now you've got people on 2 Discord servers that I'm banned from that are going round writing my name all over the place, talking about my children.
Disgusting. Can sort it out, Blue.
I don't know why either. But we did have a good thing, dear. You know, you can go onto Discord servers and do a search at on the Discord server. Well, if you go onto the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers and do a search for Bev, like say, you will get an amount of pages of comments that have been wrote about Bev. I don't know whether it's me or whether
it's like
there's
Bev gets
other one.
mentioned. You mean, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. And then you can go on and type like Bob to see whether and compare Bev and Bob to see how many, mentions there are, like a percentage, and you'd be able to see whose name gets mentioned more than the other one. I mean, I bet you could do it on the Blue server as well and see whether... Because then you get to see the idea of what the people in those servers that have banned us talk about. Mainly, yeah. What the topic of conversation is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, all the people that aren't there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not like the people that are banned from your server want to go to your server. That's Blue. It's just that things are being said over there that the people that you've banned can't defend themselves because they're banned. And it's not little things. If Bev's saying that, there's people in there doxing, then you've got to stop that. Or any of the servers, any of the doxing. It's just not on. No need for it.
Yeah, people making up blatant lies about us all the time as well. I mean, I can't remember how many times I've said...
yeah, it's horrible
I'm
over there.
not a flat earther. Right? None of us are here.
I'm not a flat earther either.
Yeah. But that's
I'm
not what...
with you, Bev. We
that's
can prove
not
it's not flat, can't we?
George says. Yeah, we can prove it's not flat. So we cannot be flat earthers. If we have a proof, it's not flat.
It's obvious what it is. They're scared of the argument. That's what it is. 100%.
They know.
Can't handle it.
They can't have horizontals, and we have
They got
an argument that
straight line.
Yeah, relies on it. We prove that level is horizontal, and they can't have a horizontal. So it's pretty obvious why they can't talk to us. We've done tests. They say we haven't. We've done loads of tests. We've done optical tests. We've been out to the beach many times. Managed to make it under the horizon. Nobody's ever managed to explain how that is possible at all. On any model,
say,
really.
No, other people have taken pictures like that. That's what they say.
Yeah.
We've got loads of pictures like that. 'Tis globe.
I don't know how it's possible, but we're definitely going to have to do that again. I think we'll see if how many of us we can get out there in the summer this year. We'll try and get loads of us. See how many people we can get under the horizon in the distance in an auto level, as we're explaining how optics in reality works.
The water's below your feet. The sea level's below your feet, but yet it's above your head. Go and work it out.
In a picture, yeah.
Go and get your ruler out and start measuring that.
Anyone have a go at that on the model, on any model? How's it possible?
The water is higher than your feet, and your feet are above the water.
Yeah. Even if you are going down, how do you get above the... Only one way. That's optics.
Oh, it's the banana cams in there as well today, so alright, banana cam.
Time he's been
Seen you for a while. Nice to see you. Well, the only way you'll ever see a horizontal on a sphere balance tree is if you put the level on top of it. That's the only place it will go. If you balance it, though.
Yeah, has anyone got blues? Has anyone in blues? Is there anyone that's not been banned from blues that can give us a link to blues server? There we go. I'm going to click it. Here we go. Boom. Invalid invite for me. I'll do a screen grab for you. Blue, this is the one where blues just said no one is banned. Copy. So there's mine. Invalid invite tree. Blue, do you want to have a look? So that's sugar cookie, invite invalid. Me, invite invalid. The user is banned from this guild. Anyone else? Sugar cookie is banned, isn't he?
I've just invited everyone over there.
Did you go in? Oh, spot on won't be banned.
Yeah, I don't think I'm banned.
Yeah. Spot on's never actually done any of this sort of Discord stuff. He's just a normal bloke.
Just a normal bloke. I'm like, what is all this? What are these people talking about on here?
There's Mike. Invite invalid. He's banned. He might be getting an influx of people that have found out that they are not banned. We're just seeing his page. Blue told us that not a one of us is banned from his chat, and we've just found out that there's 3 of us so far that are banned.
So we can just say somebody lied and discount them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to go over that.
No, I'm just pointing out this is a public showing that Blue said not a one of you is banned, and we've shown that there are actually 3 of us. So that's Blue wrong times 3. But we know that there are a certain group of people that just tell untruths because that's what they imagine. A page, yeah, Page is in there.
I'm banned.
I was going to say I had to send you one.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to bother.
The hands band there. Everybody's surprised at that one. He said, not a one of you. You do realise, right, the hands in here, don't you? Yeah, Discord can be hard, Jess, if you like come in, but I'll get in the landing.
Yeah, it's so hard. You just ban people.
Oh, that's bad. Connection. Well, I don't know what's going on there.
Hello?
Hello, Rob.
I don't want to check if I'm banned because I have a fear of rejection.
Just face it, mate, because once it's done, you'll get over it. You'll be all right.
You might end up in there, though. And then you can have a chat with George. You can go and learn my name. Go and check out, see if you can find my name.
Go and find out who Bev really is.
I'm sorry to tell you guys, apparently I'm not banned. I think I'm allowed in the chat. I don't normally say anything to get me banned, though. DP.
Yeah, is he talking about his chat on YouTube? Blue Marble, is he? He might be. I think that's it, his Get Out. Has anyone ever seen Blue on his YouTube? I don't believe I managed to catch him when he was live streaming our premiere. So... So I don't know what the George and Blue will be having a little bit of a conflab now. Oh, can we get that t-shirt? Get the t-shirt link back out again. I think they're upset. These the model afflicted are upset at the minute because we have released the t-shirt logic. We employed an agent to go and drop t-shirt logic right in the middle, in the heart of the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers, and you can tell how triggered they all are because they all go doxing crazy, and they do it to Rakia. They just start doxing and they start shouting and frothing at the mouth.
High stress levels.
Yeah.
You need to chill out and just stay away from, it all. Just stop talking about Bev. Just go back to your little echo chambers and carry on doing what you do. Because you're obviously not learning anything by coming to these places, because they're just saying the same shite without any proof.
We're just getting upset at things. There's no need to get upset at. Imagine getting upset at a straight line.
Or not being able to describe one. Or misdescribing one.
Yeah, or obfuscating a question about one.
Yeah.
That's normally the best thing that they
obfuscation of a straight line, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Someone squirming. It's not nice to listen to.
No.
Really, because it's they're in pain when they're doing that.
You remember when we started this, and you realise that we're in a conversation with a load of adults, grown men, talking about straight lines and how difficult a conversation can be, talking to another adult about a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, if you were at a dinner party, you know what I mean, but somewhere at dinner with some people.
No dinner parties.
Yeah,
you can tell how posh.
I don't know where I got that from.
Posh.
I gave it up. They're always having dinner parties here. and that being brought up and everyone looking at you a bit strange. But I mean, I don't think anyone would, go against the straight line. And then if you were to tell, someone who was model afflicted or straight line afflicted, that everyone agreed, they'd say that, well, they're either probably a flat earther or they just don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand a straight line.
They haven't been to university, have they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't.
Yeah.
And they haven't learned how to bend it.
You don't
bend
know
it like Beckham.
Yeah, you don't know what Lukovic said about the Playfair postulates and all of that. Ancient philosophers talking about straight lines. They know way more than you do. They really thought about a straight line. Like deep thought.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you curve it, and then you turn it into a flat plane again.
Well, that's a good one, Spaceman. Where did you get that from?
Yeah.
There was a very big thing about the plum, and it's apparentness with the Christianity. But I mean, the Logos is all there anyway. That's very good.
Yeah, we were saying about the cross.
Yeah.
If you look at it, what is it really? What is it? Two straight lines?
Perpendicular.
Yep.
Right lines.
And then usually you've got the circle, haven't you, as well?
The halo? Yeah.
In the centre, you got the circle sometimes. They're like what they call the Celtic cross.
Yeah, yeah.
Symbols that we're so used to seeing. And, I often wondered what it all meant. I mean, but they've put the cross and the crucifixion in our minds. And, well, for me, it was, whenever you see a gravestone, it was, in my back of my mind, it was part of this cross crucifixion thing. So I have to question that now.
Yep. Even the Jewish star, what is it? Straight lines and angles.
Fibonacci.
Yep.
Look at the star forts.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's some serious geometry, that.
Yeah. That definitely
That's
needs
taking
looking
geometry
into that as well. I mean, what was that about?
Yeah, well, they do say it's obviously defence, but is there more to it? What's the oldest star fort? Does anyone know? Anyone in the chat that could put what they, if they've found out the ages of these things?
Oldest.
I mean, some of them are concrete, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, those are freaked out.
Yeah, I don't know whether the people that are listening know what we all the sort of stuff that we do actually do and what we do go into, because most of the stuff that they've heard mainly is the conversations that have occurred when the model afflicted have come round here, right? They're not privy usually to the conversations that do go on when the model afflicted aren't coming round, because that's a completely different thing. I mean, that's not all we do is talk to the model afflicted. When the model afflicted aren't round here, then the gains that get made are amazing.
Yeah, all sorts of topics. Yeah, it's not just this, for anyone who's out there that's thinking that this is all we... I mean, yeah, like you say, this is probably all that they hear us talking about, because it's what we do. But yeah, there's a lot more conversations that go on that don't get aired. And that's the best way, I mean, because this is something we can definitely prove. And the other things are things that we can't necessarily prove, but we're interested in. And if we put our minds together, we can start working things out.
Yeah, we do.
Which is what's been going on YouTube anyway. Yeah, a lot of people have been doing it.
Yeah, we've done the research within the Discord, right? That's where all of the things come together, where all of the major conversations happen, and where all of the planning gets done. I mean, just come in, have a chat. It's a great group of people. And you'll see that it's not, well, it may be like this, but obviously a lot freer and not live. But the conversations, I mean, in the Discord now, there's 16 people, and if we were to go into the Discord, I mean, the conversation would definitely be even better, because there's some people that don't want to talk when we're live. Emma. But the conversations definitely rev up. And anybody's welcome to come into the Discord. This Discord is called Next Level for the reason that's where we're taking it to. And we're going to be doing
in
gaming
all
as
areas
well.
too.
Yeah. Every sort of all sorts of topics.
As long as you come in and you're honest, that's the main thing. And it's just be honest and come in and have a chat. Talk about all sorts.
Jess Palmer says there's an Asian lady on YouTube. Can't remember her name, but that's all she does is star forts.
16th century. Okay.
There you go. Mike,
have you got the channel? Is the channel there? Because I'm not.
He doesn't know her name. Just Asian lady doing star forts.
By the way, I love all sorts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at star forts for the last probably 6 months, so I'm sure it's coming on leaps and bounds, and more people that look into it. There is one reasonably locally to me in Portsmouth, that area, which I plan to go and have a look at.
Yeah.
Thing is, if they're made of concrete, how do you tell how old concrete is? It just gets stronger in time. Depend on obviously the constituent parts, aggregates, and the strength of concrete. Or anyway, yeah.
A quick Google search says that Michelangelo was the first to deploy them in the defense of Florence, I believe. Yeah.
Ah. Michelangelo, eh? I heard he was a pretty good artist. I know.
Yeah. Did star forts. Yeah. Talented.
They all had. I take it they all had an understanding in geometry. You know, that's with the perspective.
You'd have to, yeah.
A lot of them studied optics. It seems. Well, if you had enough money, it'd be you had plenty of money, it'd be all right back in the day.
I never knew these things existed until I think last year. First time I ever heard of this thing. I said, "What? A star fort? What the heck's that?"
Yeah.
I thought somebody was pulling my leg. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, only since looking at them in the last couple of years for me as well. I mean, yeah.
They do sound fantastic, don't they? I mean, it's like, because you're used to seeing castles and stuff, but then when you see a star fort, you think, what's that about? I mean, look at them. Some of them they're fantastic.
Yeah. Apparently, if I remember, I read up a bit on them. Apparently, it's to make more defensible positions and hard to...
yeah.
Like you see the angles there, you can attack the climbers at all sides, like type deal. I think I read something like that.
That's right, yeah. Well, that is the sort of logical. But then there's people. Well, could there be other reasons? I know Flat Earth British has sort of talked about them before, and
definitely.
I think that's.
It doesn't have to be that reason, does it? I mean,
but yeah, come in the Discord. I mean, chat
that's
about
just
that.
one reason. Yeah,
Sorry,
that I read. Yeah. Big deal, yeah.
Well, that's the one you'll see in the mainstream, isn't it?
Yeah, but just looking at that, it's like, wow, you know? Oh, look at that. It's a city. Is that a city and a star fort surrounding it? Look at that.
Yeah, some of them are huge.
Star City. Way to go, Mike Jones.
Can I say one thing about this? 'Cause I'm not really watching, but we're all looking at images on Google, right? Has anyone been to any of these places and taken any photos themselves?
There's none where I am. What Spot On says he's got one down his way. So yeah, I think he's been there. Good evening, Level World. Jess is another builder in the chat there, Spot On. He's saying they don't build stuff nowadays like they used to.
Yeah, I know in Canada we ain't got nothing like that.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's Europe. Or whether they're other places too. I'd imagine they've got some in China. Seem to have everything over in China. Although I've never been there, so I don't know if China exists.
The China fallacy, one of my favorites. Well, you've never been to China. How do you know it exists? Sorry,
If I get to go to sorry, man, I was going to say, if I get to go to Portsmouth, which I do plan on doing as soon as the weather starts getting better, I will definitely be going and seeing them. There's definitely one there, or maybe two. The remains of.
The next level. Yeah, banned from blues.
So Blue unbanned you guys?
No,
Good news.
he didn't.
Good. Oh, he didn't? Oh.
No. No, you got to keep his server safe. I mean, George, he's got to keep George safe.
You know what I think is he was probably talking about his YouTube channel chat that we're not banned, that you're not banned from, because he probably never been on his YouTube channel while he's been live for him to actually ban you.
Well, yeah, the last time I know that he was live was when I was premiering the stream when we were at his, and he live streamed that. So I was watching the premiere at mine, and he was live streaming my premiere. So I didn't manage to get over there and comment in his chat while the premiere was on that he was live streaming. Some may call it sort of, I don't know, content theft or something like that. You know, just robbing other people's YouTube content and live streaming it. But, I mean, I guess it's on your interpretation of what you think is, you know, the rules of YouTube and stuff and how it works. How's it, anyone listening on YouTube, how are the sound levels? Do they work okay? Because I've turned everyone from the Discord down. Does that equalise the sound? Has that been good? It's a bit late now. We've been going for like 3.5 hours. I should have perhaps mentioned it a bit earlier.
Sounds good. Very good.
Sweet. So what time are we at? 11:30. Does anyone want to go over anything else? And then... cheers, Jess. And we'll jump into the Discord, or does anybody want to keep this going for a bit longer? It seems like we don't have anybody that wants to come and particularly talk. Have we got any questions from the YouTube chat? Anybody? We'll try and go over something, maybe Euclid, or I don't know, one of the arguments that is coming. I was thinking that a problem that they have with the straight line, bending and wanting it to bend and doing it on the surface of a sphere, directly relates to the plane, which is why specifically we chose to give Betty, the new logician in town, or some may say magician, the particular horizontal parallel, now known t-shirt logic, to go and give over there to the doxing servers, adult globe earth Discord servers. And they drop that horizontal parallel logic, meaning that the horizontal planes being parallel is something that's very hard for them to get a grip on with the model. But I mean, that's directly relatable to the straight line, and that also relates to the surface of a sphere having to be 2D, which is in fact a plane, and the misconceptions of how don't know, it's hard to get a grip on that. You have to have gone around within the argument mentally to try and hold the model for you to realize exactly how it works. What's this? Science it out says, just guess. I actually do. What is the distinction that a sextant just gets an angle and what that doesn't get you? It just gets you an angle. And as we know, positive claim, you can do fuck all with an angle. And that's as far as we know. And obviously, we have had people telling us that we need to get on board with the argument, but I never have been able to, because two straight lines cannot enclose a space is an axiom, meaning that's an angle, and meaning that one of those angles can't enclose a space, so you can't make a shape, and you can do fuck all with that one angle. So well, I'm always happy to say that. He says, I'm not arguing 10th man's case. I really just want to hear the fuck all with an angle. Lol. I don't know whether you could get that on a t-shirt. I think it might deserve its own t-shirt, that.
You have to put it on the over 18 section.
George, why are you listing the people that are banned? We know we're banned. For no reason, George. Just so you can, I don't know, carry on doxing us. We're not bothered. We know. It's not as if there's anything that goes on over there, George. You just talk about us. Also Mobius.
Also Mobius. All outstanding citizens.
Yeah. It's all because we ask questions, you know.
Mobius, the calmest, nicest guy you'll
ever meet.
Wish to meet, you know. Yeah. And Bev, you know, ban them too.
Yeah, I've said it mainly like a few times. I feel sorry for Mobius because Mobius is a talented guy and he's clever as well. And because he's hanging around with us, people like George and Blue and Bob and, you know, all of the super trolls that make up stuff that just rampantly talk about us for no reason, make up stories about us. It's okay, George. It's all right. Just go and get your cocoa.
George is such a hypocrite. Just the other day on that said server, I asked him to stop, if he would stop like insulting me, and he said no. Why should I? And I said, okay, I reserve the right to insult you, and we left it at that. And now he's saying this?
Yeah.
Oh, George. You're lucky Blue tolerates you. I'm telling you.
George is saying, ask Blue, but I can probably guarantee
Hang on.
get banned for asking Blue. Go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, George, you want to call my boss? He might come out the door any second and give me shit for talking to my fellow flat earthers.
We're not flat earthers, Rob.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. But call my boss. I'm sure he'd have a good laugh with you. George, you're a piece of shit.
Didn't George threaten someone's life?
Me. Yeah. I don't think it needs putting in the chat or anything, because...
Was it a violation of a server rule, or is that was okay?
He said it was a joke. He got carried away with the company. You know, those people that talk about us all the time, badmouth us and make shit up. Well, George just got involved in that crowd and decided to say it'd be good, that it might be good if we died. And, you know, be nice. Like McToon when he was going to the opera or whatever, he was thinking about how I'd die. And
real quick, like on the way to the opera.
Yeah. And George isn't just me. It's not just me. He does it to other people as well. Particularly, I think Paige might have had a couple of George death threats in the time. But I mean, we're all right. It's no problem.
This is the problem of labels, right? You know, you label somebody and then you attack them, and it's okay because it's not a person you're attacking; it's this label.
Yeah. And well, I'm guessing when we say we can prove it's not flat, I'm guessing George is one of those people that doesn't think proof is a thing, or he thinks we can't prove anything, so therefore we must be lying. I don't know. It's really strange to think that there are adults that get so obsessed with the conversation. I mean, I have known that once you start in this sort of thing, you can get pretty deep into rabbit holes and all sorts. I mean, the amount of tangents that you can go off when you go wandering into new avenues of looking into things is big, but there's got to be a limit that when you realise that, you know, some things aren't good. When you're denying straight lines and like having to imagine that other people are nasty, horrible people when they're obviously not. I mean, there's nice people here. Have some great conversations. But I mean, I don't want to go into these Discord servers. I don't want to. We've been saying that we are moving away from them, and I'd rather move away from the model affliction altogether, because I know it upsets a lot of people. Oh, I will still make the t-shirt logic and the memes and trigger them, but I mean, only trigger the people that come after us. We won't actively go out after people to purposely trigger them. Well, that'd be nasty. We want to try and make the journey as easy as possible to people, realising that there's been a magic trick played upon you. It can be quite hard for people to realise. And this journey that we're going to be going on, we will obviously be leaving a group of people like far behind, because they can't come with us at all any step of the way. The moment we start with a straight line, and that's where they jump off. But they're gonna what they'll end up doing is they try and persuade people that we over here don't know anything, and they'll probably be gaining their troops of doxers and badmouthers and people that are talking about what we don't know and what we do know. While we say, come and have a conversation about that. We'll be quite open to it. I mean, we will definitely progress within these conversations. What I'll start doing is I'll start noting the problems that are brought up by this other group of people, and we will put them to Euclid, and we will see whether we can quash them, because they obviously say we don't know anything, so we need to prove to ourselves that we do know that, and the solutions that they say we haven't got, we can definitely find within that book, providing we stick to the logical system of planning it and going through. So it's gonna be good, and the proof thing. I think. How long do you reckon, Essie? How many more people? I mean, I would like to try and get Dave Weiss, a conversation with Dave Weiss as to what he thinks proof is.
That would be good, and there's still a lot of people I didn't ask.
Yeah, I mean, the discussions and the proof project that we're doing. I mean, I don't know how we're going to put it all together, but I guess we'll put them all together into a what we think proof is and what we can manage to get a consensus of the people that we talk to, what they think proof is.
Yeah, that's really an interesting project. I'm really into it, and I'm really interested in people's opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's worthwhile doing as well. Not just for the as a personal thing, but to be able to try and document exactly what's going on around these parts. When we come with an argument. Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, but I was just gonna say, yeah, for everybody, you're right, for the whole community. Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to come in and have a discussion about what they think proof is, and whether, they can be gained, and whether, you've got any ideas of a way to structure the whole thing into a community-wide discussion. I mean, everybody in this community, in all of the other places, in all of the other servers, you know what's going on. You know the type of discussions that are going on and what they're saying about people that, this conversation's not going to go away. At some point, they're going to have it.
Yeah, if we can find out at least what proof is, then we can progress the conversation. Then both sides cannot say nothing once we establish what it is.
I've got a message in the chat. Blue's been writing in his server. Says, this is Blue. The Blue Ling. King Blue Ling. Says, I'm not banned and it totally pisses them off that I refuse to join that server. I'm not particularly bothered, Blue. Anyone here pissed off that Blue's not joined this server? No. Doesn't seem like it, Blue. Nobody's gives a shit. I'm not about to give that little bastard, me. Hey, Blue. Any sound bites? He's banned here, not on my YouTube channel, so I figure trolling his YouTube chat is fair. Come on in, yeah, Blue. Troll away, everybody knows. Text chat trolls. We have some of the best. King Blue. George Nutsack. Who we have? We've had quite a few of them, haven't we?
They're both hang on, Bev.
Yeah?
Both of those fools are sitting in their own little echo chamber of Blue server, Discord server, probably just chatting away about us. No problem. But you're pieces of shit. Grow up.
Well, you have to have your text chat trolls when you have a YouTube channel. I mean, everybody knows that. A text chat wouldn't be anything without text chat trolls. There's a lot of people that, they are chat and stuff in the text chat. So having text chat trolls, such high level ones as well. The Nutsack and King Blueling. George is a Blueling. But I don't know whether he'd consider himself that. So I'm happy we have a boomer. Adult globe earth boomers, because then it gets us gives us chance to point out that we are banned from his Discord server, because They can't actually communicate. They have no way to communicate with us. Adult globe earthers. If you're still in there, Paige, do a search at the top bar for Bev. See how many pages of comments there are, and then do a search for Blue and see how many pages of comments there are for that. You see who the main topic of conversation is. It's hardly surprising that Blue decides to come over here to the YouTube chat to do some trolling, because there will be a lot of people talking about me over in his Discord server. Main topic of conversation for days. I can't imagine what they're like whenever we're doing tests and stuff. Wonder what it was like when we were in the summer. I bet they were going crazy. And now we've got the t-shirt logic. We're going live, doing stuff. People can get involved. I mean, hopefully we'll try and get... I don't know whether we can get the live... Oh, there might be some music coming soon. I'm going to put the Buster music one out. I'll get doing that tomorrow. I've got Sean G going over t-shirt logic. That's the pretend surveyor, Sean Little G. I was, it was after we got the deployed Betty and to drop the t-shirt logic over at Bob's. Then we had a conversation with Sean G about the t-shirt logic. And it's, funnily enough, it started off with the straight line. And we managed to develop the... No, just put Bev in, Paige. Just put Bev. B-E-V. See how many times it's mentioned, how many times they mention me. So yeah, they will definitely be able to talk about us. Yeah, just try the search page, not the name, just the search. Something like 32 pages of comments. I think there's more. Yeah, 34. Oh, we've added 2 pages since earlier. See how many blues there are. How many times Blue's mentioned on his own server. I wonder why the conversation's all about Bev. I mean, it's not me. With it, what we do here is logic, basic logic and geometry. It's not me at all. It's got nothing to do with me. It's all to do with everybody else that's here. I'm beating them on their own channels. Don't worry, it'll all be positive. Yeah, they won't be like negative comments on a Discord server against somebody, right? Because it wouldn't be right really to have a channel that's completely dedicated to being negative to a certain topic or people, right? I wouldn't think that should be possible for them to really do that sort of thing. Would it? I mean, it would breed a lot of hate and mistrust if that's all they were doing was bitching and lying about people and not the actual argument. What? Got me a cat that likes to come in when we go live.
Oh yeah, on cue.
Yeah.
Damn. When you least
Damn,
want them around, that's when they come.
I was trying to come off mute. Cat lives matter. Go back on mute.
Oh, Chunky's the one that's the doxer. He doesn't care. I mean, they love him over there, and that's all they can do. I bet most of the comments that Chunky makes on that server are about me. I feel, I don't know. It's sort of, when you come into an arena asking questions about things, hoping to get answers, and they're meant to be experts within this arena with answers, and then you realise quite quickly that these aren't experts. These are just sophists. And then you talk to them a bit more, and then you realise that they have circular arguments and they have tactics that lead you away from asking your question or them answering your question. So you ask somebody else a question, and then you get the same answer from them. Just get gone around and round in circles, and you realise that the people that you've been talking to, thinking that they are the experts, they're not. You've developed yourself into the one with more knowledge than the people that you think you're talking to. It's quite hard to be in this arena and to talk to some of the people that we talk to. I mean, like, all you've got to do is listen to a couple of the conversations that we have, and you realise, well, the old ones are the geometric ones, the old conversations. That's when we were sort of learning the argument and learning ourselves, learning how to talk and learning how to communicate with each other. Now it's come to the point that they know that they can't engage with us because it doesn't take long. Some of the conversations that we've had just recently have been ridiculous. None more so than SE doing his proof project, going out and talking to that. There's been some amazing answers. Like today, SE, when you were out there, the sophistry was unreal. It was wrapping around and around to not have a proof of anything within science. Not even an understanding of the falsification process or anything, really.
Yeah, some of the answers are not everybody, but some of the people, like, whoa, you know. But hey, I'm not judging. I am still asking. And whatever proof is to you, proof is to you.
Yeah. Well,
but I will say the consensus is that a lot of people are saying there is no proof in science.
Yeah. See, in science, but that's almost the same as saying a straight line on a ball. You know, it's always that qualifier afterwards.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I don't know whether, like, because when we've developed this conversation, the geometry and the logic and the proof and the link to reality is so strong that when you enter the conversation and they just divert to science, whereas you want to be trying to bring them back to the geometry, but like I don't think you can get there, can you? I mean, the people that we talk to, particularly within this bit, they're squirmy. They know how to get out of it.
I'll say this for everybody. No one has brought up geometry yet as a proof. Not a single person.
Well, I did start the proof for proof, and there was one person that took me up on it. Professor Phil. I don't know whether you remember any of that. We did two. We did a proof for proof. I did a geometric proofs, and he did geometric proofs.
What was his proof?
They were geometric.
Oh, so he did bring up. Okay.
Yeah,
shout
he
out
did.
To
Yeah.
the professor.
It were meant to be a series of proofs where we went proof for proof, but as soon as I pointed out that Phil wasn't actually doing any globe, and when was he bringing any globe geometry proofs in, he stopped doing it.
So you mean Phil thinks there's such a thing as a proof?
I would think so. I mean, he would be one of the people that it would be good to have a chat with. You know, in this series, would be put him on the list.
Yeah. If you're listening, Phil, I'm interested in what a proof is to you. We'll get it from Phil. I'm on good terms with him, more or less.
Yeah, Paige, the story about what they're going on about, right, was when I went to go and get my auto level and I bought a new one and it got it calibrated, I didn't realise my name went on the certificate. So I posted the certificate in Brandon's as a proof for my level being calibrated because, you know, they were asking for it. Since we've never seen anybody else's proof. But I didn't know it had my name on it. So as soon as I noticed it had my name on it, I took it down. And the result is what Chunky's doing right now. Because I obviously don't want the family name being out there, really, because I do have two sons. And although I'm not a flat earther, and I keep saying I'm not a flat earther, when there are a load of viciously horrible people doxing you and your family name and your children and all of that, and then spreading lies about you, then, I mean, who wants to have their name thrown about when that sort of thing happens? I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, not that I'm ashamed of having a name. Everybody does have a name. It's just that I don't really like a load of bitter, twisted, model afflicted adult globe earth boomers doxing me and throwing my name around all over the servers, because, like I say, George has already said it would be good if I died, and said it'd be good if somebody shot me or something. So, I mean, when people like that start throwing your family name around and start talking about your children, It may be a little bit worrying, or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what to think, to tell you the truth. And
There was another guy saying crossing frozen rivers on Christmas Eve, Christmas morn or something.
Yeah.
Killing people in their sleep.
Yeah, that was the guy that was bothered about doxing, wasn't it? People posting
the very same
YouTube
guy,
videos. But
astonishing. I couldn't believe I heard that. And then another guy piped in, yeah, and we didn't lose one man. It's like, what is wrong with you people? Seriously. You have to look inside, you know?
yeah, I'm hoping that the Proof Project 2022 will be able to expose them, the model afflicted, just with basic logic and reality and some simple geometric tests. So that's why we're going hard with the Euclid and the logic, because the foundation and the base that we develop with the logic and the geometry will later on in the year, when we start doing our tests again, become apparent that we will be employing the logic and the geometry to be able to show you what we do when we do our tests. And they're not big tests, they're not massive tests, but that's what we do. I mean, we can get them bigger if it needs be. But the logic and the geometry is what we're going to develop over the next few months. We'll be sticking right at the very beginning, trying to trigger as many people as we can to get them to help us show everyone what this argument's going to do, and what's it, where we're going to be, and what actually having a proof is like. It's Thursday today. We're gonna have an open day tomorrow. We're gonna, because I'm gonna cut it short now, shut it off in a bit. Anybody got any words for today? And otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow. Later today. Anyone got anything?
I'd like to say this was a good show. And, go ahead, Rob.
No, I just got a tight mic. I just want to say thanks, Bev. Another great day here on the plane.
On the plane. Good way to end.
You want to say out, Essie? Are we done?
No, I'm good. I was just going to say, good show. We went through a lot, and I just want to put the thought in people's head, like, what is proof to you? And maybe you'd like to share it. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. Just what is proof to you? What would you accept as a proof?
And we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Like a free-for-all Friday or something. Thanks for watching.